Pull up a chair by the hearth.
Alright. Seems good. Step 1, delete your pre-stack. Hottest tongue 2016. Alright. What do I want to play? Hey, what's up, guys? The first time Firebat has been live while I'm awake. Lucky you, man. I don't know. My live time like rotates randomly. I'm real bad at sleeping at the same time every day, or every day. So the cycle goes along with my sleep schedule, which is like stay awake 2 days, sleep for 1 day. We're just all about healthiness. I don't know, man. Hey. Go to bed, Ava. Go lay down. No. Go lay down. It's too early to chase the kitty. Alright, rogue deck. Whoa, that's a lot of haze and greetings. What's up, travelers? What's it going, dudes? I'll put these in at the end. Okay. What cards are absolutely essential? There's so much flexibility in Rogue, honestly. Need 10 villagers, of course. Thanos. Ooh, card review. Yeah, the card review is up on my YouTube. It's like a Reddit thread about it too. I don't know, if you go to firebat.tv, it's like the first video on uploads. Probably show it on stream later to share my thoughts. Not having to like repeat myself. It's all edited and clean. So hopefully it's an enjoyable experience to you. Shout out to my video editor for staying up with me to watch the announcement and then editing it super fast. Get that content out to you quick. So this is like Cold Blood. That's like Cold Blood. And that's like Conceal. That's like Conceal. Other than that, we get like a standard Rogue Shell going on. So let us see here. Toss in a Violet Teacher. I'm gonna toss in another Cthulhu card too, honestly. I need more draw though, because the win condition is more situational. This shit. Yeah. Alright, so the idea behind this one is to get baby brands. Oh wait, I forgot the Shadowcaster for baby brands. So we're gonna get a bunch of baby brands, and by a bunch I mean 2. We get 2 baby brands, or we Shadow Step the brand, and then we can play Cthulhu with brand and kill people. That's basically the whole gist of the deck. If you Shadow Step brand, it costs 1. You get 2 coins from Tomb Pillager, you save a coin, you go brand coin Cthulhu. You get brand Shadowcaster, and then you get 1 mana brands, so that combo also works. So you can use baby brand to Cthulhu people twice for massive amounts of damage. You cycle your whole deck because you're Miracle Rogue. You do have to save a coin for Gadget though, so it's important to make note of that. So that's the strategy we're going with. Alright.
Valera versus
Nostum. Is that the point leader?
Watch your
North American point leader Nostum comes to the table. I'm not even scared. Alright, so I'm gonna keep Tomb Pillager. Tomb Pillager is a real good card against Druid. Good thing not so much. This would be like a Leroy in the standard list, right? But we're not playing the standard list. This combo my still preferred deck tournament strat. I do like combo decks. I think they're the most fun. But they haven't been good in a real long time. So who knows, man. I'm not gonna hit. We got like 3 drops and 4 drops. We're gonna be doing stuff with our mana. We're not gonna be raid aggroing, so I like holding on to the dagger.
another night on the
Face damage really isn't a priority. Well,
this guy's tough.
here we go. Even if he marks it, still bump into it and disciple it to take care of business. Plays a Druid of the Claw, it's a bit scarier. Tiger. Whoa. Well,
Thank you. Hey, lights out.
like Tomb Pillager kind of contests, but he's about to swipe this turn, right? Swipe coin living urns. Another tiger! Holy cannoli. And he's holding all of it and then just savage roaring and killing me. Fantastic.
The Brotherhood shelter. Hey, lights out.
Well, he has to be killing me next turn, otherwise he's gonna probably die, right? 8, 9, 10, 14, 15 damage. We only have 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So we need to swing with the dagger to set up lethal. I mean, he heal for 1, obviously, to get rid of it, but we have a lot more outs for lethal, right, while putting some pressure on him here. Stealth plus soul of the forest. That means he's trading though, so that's a good thing. Ish.
Time waits for no one.
Cthulhu! 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 Ha, this guy's toast.
I think if we limit damage, we're just gonna win. So I'm gonna just take care of the beast. It's the only beast in the board. I'm not gonna gadget next turn, I don't think. I want to save coin for like Blade of Cthulhu plays.
Too soon.
So I'm gonna just poke with a dagger and try and redagger and just make it deadly next turn. Hold on to the coin to do things. We're likely gonna find a card good enough to use anyway.
Behold!
Oh jeez. This Banjo's kinda scary. At least that side's living so we can clear it. Oh man, now I just want to gauge it. I should have figured I was gonna top deck prep. It's so silly of me. Well, we don't have any other plays, so I guess I am gonna gauge it then.
Got the best deals anywhere.
And see what I see. Oh, we disconnected.
So many options.
I'm not even dropping frames, it's just Hearthstone. That's unlucky, man. I think we were gonna win this game. I'd have to give us on the higher end of winning. Favorable position. Sick. Guess I lose. Looks like America's is down. I'm gonna try to log into EU. Oh my god, I gotta do freaking email security code. Oh, 1 second. Why do I gotta do this? I was just online on America's. Alright. And security code that. Security code is invalid. I just took it from the email at 3:11 a.m. 0 minutes ago. I copy pasted. Blizzard, please. Ah, I guess we gotta resend the code. What What do you want from me, Blizzard? I just want to play the game. Alright, I guess I'll try another code. Hopefully this one works. Hey! Logged into the EU server. So EU login server, America's region. Let's see if that works. Yeah, it looks like the because I saw like a bunch of my European friends are still online. Looks like the America's login server is just having issues. Alright, hopefully we don't get another disconnect loss.
Valera versus Valera.
Ah, the Rogue Mirror.
I
Think he's playing Cthulhu Rogue too? Oh, here Gadget's a good card. Oh, here Gadget Prep Eviscerate's pretty good. All the Rogue minis have like 4 health, so it usually works out aight. Specialist. This is the guy that admitted to win trading and then got banned. On Reddit, he made a post about how easy it is to win trade. He's like, win trading's so easy, Blizzard needs to fix it. Look, this is how easy it was to win trade without getting caught. And they're just like, ban that guy. It's pretty funny.
Ha, this guy's toast.
No removal for this. It's kind of awkward.
Ha, this guy's
Plopping that
toast.
down into it. I think I'm just gonna Violet Teacher Prep Eviscerate that. Oh, especially now. The show with the second Eviscerate.
Pay attention, class.
Just get this nice huge board. He's got to answer with Fan Eviscerate, and then we play Azure Drake. Right hand. Just nice, just clean. Separino.
The Brotherhood Shell Cafe.
I'm gonna just Vile Teacher Coin Eviscerate. He doesn't appear to have Fan, maintain a lot of pressure on the move. We have Drake to reload our hand to try and set up for gadgets, and we don't need gadgets in until at higher mana totals, so we can actually play more cards with it, get more cycle going. I'm just making a read he doesn't have Fan because he's dagger poking 1/1s and playing super defensively. Now he's gonna get concealed. Ah, oh, fuck. That's real bad for us. We don't run conceal in our decks, so our chance to do that is quite limited. Sometimes we get enough of a damage / board lead that we can still win in this situation. Oftentimes, you know, he draws his whole deck and kills all my shit. Gadget Coin Conceal is rough, man. Yeah, I'm from Michigan, so it's East Coast time. It's 3 a.m. Why? That's not good. Oh, that's not good for me. I say we're 100% dead this game. Yeah, I don't know, the server troubles. Maybe he'll disconnect. The Hearthstone meta. Half my board's dead. He's been through him, man.
Lurks in the depths.
Okay. No Viscerate. RIP, man.
I got the
Five
best
answers.
deals anywhere.
Okay. If this gadget lives, we're gonna be sad. It's a risk we took with that backstab usage. Oh man, I'm gonna have to backstab my own guy, huh? Come on, game. Double sap, double eviscerate. Deadly poison. It's 5 outs.
Choose soon.
No 2 mana spells during my entire cycle.
Here
Oh, we've already used both eviscerates, so I guess we'll just double sap. 3 outs. That didn't go super splendidly for me at all. Oh, you didn't consider backstabbing the sculptor? Because it seems to be the only way I can full clear the board. Full clearing the board seems super relevant. Difference between staying alive and winning.
Here we go.
Now we're doing neither though, because we did not hit it. Second backstab fan poke gadget. And we have 2 mana after we prep a
I
backstab.
got the best
And then we
deals
can't fan.
anywhere.
And then we just take 4 damage and look kinda awkward. And that's no fun. Oh, it's Just Sayin's here. Dude, Just Saying, do you wanna come stream, man? You're up at 3 in the morning. Probably don't have anything better to do. I'm trying to play some Cthulhu Rogue. We're dead.
I give up. Alright, 1 disconnect loss, 1 real loss, so we're off to not a great start. Oh, you just stopped streaming. Oh well, congratulations on finishing a good stream, dude. I appreciate the host and the viewers. But if you want to jump on the stream too and hang out, you're welcome to do so, dude. No worries, man. We can come up with cool decks.
Versus Garrosh.
Or bad decks.
Watch.
As so often cool decks tend to be. Yeah, Prep's probably not the card we want here. I like having Deadly ASI just in case it's Dragon Warrior or some Tempui Aggro Warrior thing instead of Control Warrior.
Job's done.
Firebat, which mouse do you use? No clue. Some Logitech mouse. I don't know, the gear you use isn't really important for Hearthstone. But it's got buttons on it. They changed the speed it goes. It's kind of convenient. Got this button on the side that I always accidentally hit while I'm browsing the internet. It's like a back button. I don't like that button. Hold the dagger side Deadly SI.
aside from place challenges. Looks like we are facing the young control warrior. So what we need to do is we need to get the baby Bran. So that means we pull off the Bran Shadowcaller. So we get a 1 mana Bran, and then we use the 1 mana Bran with the 9 mana Cthulhu card on something that has about 8 attack. So that'll buff our Cthulhu by 16. And then once our Cthulhu gets buffed by 16, then it'll be at 22, and then we do baby Bran plus the Cthulhu to hit our opponent for, you know, upwards of 40 damage. That's what we're trying to focus on doing. In the meantime, let's do that to his face.
Here we go.
I'm not gonna play around Harrison. He had the coin XP. He could have coined Harrison if he wanted to. Hey! You can't eat the cat, dude. No. Go to the couch. Ava, go lay down. On the couch. Not here. Go. Hey. Go! Oh, what happened to... Huh. We need to cycle our deck quite quickly then, huh? 8 cards, so we can't overdraw them with Sab. We want to wait till we hit backstab value off of this, probably. So.
Here we go.
This guy's
Combo. Next turn's probably the gadget turn. When will I start tryharding for a good rank? I can't go to prelims because I'm on vacation those days, and there's no prelims within like multiple hours distance flight away from the location I'm going. So by the prelims areas I can't really attend, so probably just won't go. So probably won't start tryharding.
I got the best deals anywhere. Here we go.
Yeah, not very much cycle, but the important thing is we're pressuring the combo deck, right? I don't want him to just sit here and do whatever the fuck he wants, because then we'll die. So we gotta keep that heat up. We're not close to qualifying for prelims. I think I did qualify now. I just recently got a point in an open tournament, so I believe I have enough. If I don't have enough, I'm kind of like right on the edge for points. So, yep. But, you know, what are you gonna do? When you can't go, you can't go.
I wonder.
Do you like to play with fire?
I must choose.
Man, what am I doing with all these backstabs? And he's got a 6-1.
Who knows what a brotherhood shall contain?
If only that worked. I'm just putting it out there for the pressure and the sign land Blade of Cthulhu. What do I think of Zixo's zoo list he used? I don't know, I think it's a little bit worse than regular zoo. It has its niche in some areas where it performs a little bit better and a little bit worse, but on average it's a zoo deck.
I must choose. What now?
Do you like to play with fire?
And maybe I should have just killed that Sap and Wildfire Minister. I don't have anything to do or backstab or prep. And then he's gonna kill me. That's how this game's gonna go.
Here we go.
16 damage set up. Outs for lethal. Always set up lethal, man. Always set up lethal.
I wonder.
Let the pain speak to me.
Don't have second execute.
Back to work. I must choose.
Let the pain speak to me.
Okay. I guess we want to get this Upton. I want to deny card draw, right? So let's do this. Don't want to take any phase damage. I want to deal maximum damage to him as possible. Alright, let's try and kill him with the thing. Why do you have Shield Slam in your combo? What?
Mind if I roll knee? I've tried that thing for months.
Here we go.
We just got wrecked by Shield Slam, dude. What the hell? He's gonna have his whole deck soon, and we're gonna die unless we kill him on this turn. And here comes Tragic Duel Execute. So we have 4, 5, 6, 7 damage. Maybe he won't armor. We have outs for lethal. 3 damage. He also doesn't quite have his whole deck. Viscerate. Oh, now we don't have enough mana.
This guy's
Unlucky.
Here we go.
Well. He hasn't emperored yet, so maybe we live. There's no way for us to negate 3 damage there, because if we kill this, we have to be face tanking it, so he get hit for 3 either way.
What now?
How come you can't log into Hearthstone? If you can't log into Hearthstone right now, it's probably because the America's login servers are down. So you gotta log into Europe on the login server. It's in the Battle.net client, and then you can connect to America.
Almost out of cards.
Alright. Hopefully he doesn't run another Shield Slam. Alright, there's the Emperor. So we got 4, 5, 6, 7. Toast. And a lot. So, we didn't get to do any of the cool combos though, because it's Combo Warrior, which is really good against rogues, so you kind of have to play super aggressively. Unfortunately, that means I can't wait for my sick combos, bro. Was today the last day? Oh no, tomorrow's the last day. Let's get rid of that. And that for shivs. I just want to draw more, do combos more often. Who cares about winning? I want to do cool combos. What's my opinion on OTK Priest? Ugh. OTK Priest is going to get some improvements with Barnes. With Barnes, you can have Velen in your deck and Malagos in your deck. And then just Barnes is the only minion and everything else being cycle-related things, and then try and pull one of those 2 minions out and just kill people. 1 mana, or 1/1 Velen. Pretty good. 2 Mind Blasters, you know. Problem with that is though the priest doesn't have card draw that's not minions, you know.
Job's done.
Charge, Roy!
Thank you. Thank you, King. Okay. We need to still kill this totem golem, yeah? Do we expect a totem golem? If we expect a totem golem, we want to save this backstab so we can eviscerate next turn. So I'm gonna just be patient. Worst case, we take 3 damage because he coins ferals. Best case, we get to answer totem golem or some other annoying minion. I don't know. Risking 3 life? I think most of the time they coin ferals here, but sometimes they don't. Play that totem golem. Motherfucker. What is the card he's thinking about? It's turn 2. What are you debating? How many options could you really have? I see he doesn't have the coin. Here we go.
It's getting hot in here.
Juggler. He's got Totem Golem and he just chose not to play it. I just want to clear the board side of my way and play Tomb Pillager, then follow that up with the side look at Tomb Pillager. Yep. He perfectly played around to my Eviscerate setup. That was sick, dude. He's a top level player for sure.
I mean, he made good reads, I guess. Don't step on the power button. My cat occasionally steps on the power button because it loves sitting on the computer because it's nice and warm. Still better to develop pillager, I think. Why'd he coin totem? Alright, I'm gonna hold on to backstab and give her the coin instead. Alright. 3 mana. It should be unlikely for him to, kill this. And then we get Shadowcaster value. Yep.
The shadows beckon.
I think against Aggro Shaman, that's about as much Shadowcaster value as we need to get. In the other matchups where we verse something, control-y and not, a face deck, not Combo Warrior or Face Shaman, we can get better value off of it. But lately all we've played is Combo Warrior and Face Shaman stuff. Oh, you. Oh, he's trading. What the fuck? Cool. Minion, let's go. Hey.
Thank you.
Cthulhu! Cthulhu! Cthulhu!
We're gonna need that pressure, man. That's that pressure.
The light protects me.
Careful.
Cthulhu! Cthulhu!
This guy's
Soon.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Here we go.
Got lethal set up.
Too soon.
Clear board, set up lethal. He's overloaded for 2. He's used 1 rock spider, 1 burst. How do we lose? Second rock spider, second burst. Not taunt totem, not spellpower totem. Good signs. Not storm. Don't storm me. Ah, fuck taunt. We got 2 saps left. 2 saps. 11%er.
Two saps. Here we go. Here we go.
I got the best deals anywhere.
All right.
Cthulhu.
Where's that cartoon?
Hey, lights out.
Choose sewer.
The Brotherhood shall pay.
Here we go.
We're dead. We're dead.
Did you bring some fish?
Alive? Did we do it? Beating the Magor shamans, man. Alright, we're winning the bad matchups. Feels good. Hopefully we verse something that I can actually show the deck off against. It's cool when you verse some warrior because then you can actually Cthulhu him for 50.
Valera versus.
Oh man, we got him again. We should have waited to queue Agersham in the run back.
Your
It's unfortunate.
Job's done.
When will be the card review section? Whenever you want it to be, man. You can go to my YouTube channel. If you go to firebat.tv, it automatically redirects to my YouTube channel. And the video is already up there. So if you want to do card review time right now, you can do it right now. It's already up, it's edited, it's pretty, it's just for you. Ah, Totem Golem again. He didn't play around Vex Status I this time. Feels good, man.
This guy's
Here we go.
Job's done.
I like SI over Disciple of Cthulhu because SI's got 3 health. Requires combo. Disciple of Cthulhu's just a battle cry, synergizes with Bran. Doesn't require combo, more stats. Or less stats than SI. And we're developing Tomb Pillager next turn, so I want to try and set up a situation where he's not developing at all, so I can get a naked Tomb Pillager. That's super strong. Where's Purple? Purple moved back to Paris. He was just staying here to get his... there's some issue with, like, visa reset. Because he's not actually a France citizen, so... He needs to come back to the States every once in a while. So I was just letting him stay at my house while that happened. Dude, we're gonna get 2 wins against Aggro Shaman. That's never supposed to happen. We should lose every time. Especially since we cut all of the good guards for weird Cthulhu garbage. Having a good day, man. The best part about this is that guy just dies for free, man. Look at this. We just...
Cthulhu! Cthulhu!
Alright, we don't need to pump it up bigger, do we?
The Brotherhood shall prevail.
It's back! Just farming the aggro shaman guy. Oh, he's gotta feel bad. Alright, let's wait a little bit so we don't get that guy again. Hitting the same guy 3 times would kind of suck for both of us. Where's the music? I usually like to use Spotify for music, so I'd recommend their service. Pandora's pretty great too. Even YouTube has some pretty good playlists if you search around for them.
Uther.
I will fight with honor.
Watch your back.
Paladin. Alright, we gotta find cycle, get towards our gadgets in pretty quick, and then try and go for the full combo. We're gonna try and kill him in one go. The OTK rogue. So, the awkward part about trying to OTK with this deck is sometimes they have too much health on the board to get away with the OTK, so saving a prep for sap is usually pretty good, so I can sap one of the minions and then go for the Thune OTK. Also need to make sure I save coin. That's super important. If I forget, remind me. Save at least 1 coin. That's important shit.
The end is coming!
Haro. I'm not gonna dump resources into that to protect a 2-1. Like, I could use Shadow Strike to save a 2-1, but Shadow Strike's better than a 2-1, so that's silly.
Here we
And the
go.
tempo of a 2-1's irrelevant, because this guy's Paladin. Could have cycled the fan. That's sometimes okay against Paladin. How quickly do I need to be cycling? These are all questions I should know the answer to. I want to save my preps for, but I don't mind daggering this twice, I don't think. If he true silvers this, then next try I dagger that, play Twin Pillar for dagger. Feel good about my life. 6 trap, what is going on? Uh-oh, did I die? Oh jeez, oh no, oh god. Alright, we got Thune.
Thank you.
Here we go.
My eyes are open.
Huh?
Reporting for duty.
Holy smokes. He's about to get shredded. Nine, 10. Got lethal set up already? Ragnarok. To his face, we win.
This guy's toast.
I'm gonna save this prep and take 8 damage instead.
We gotta find our gadget, man. Get the power cycle going on. Are there any big tournaments coming up that I'd be in? I'm gonna be in Insomnia, which is at the end of the month. End of August. It's a major. I won the online qualifier tournament, so I advanced straight to top 16 after playing the open bracket. Which is great, because I really do not like flying out like great distances to events just to play in an open tournament. So that is 8, right? 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 16? The old coin Cthulhu prep eviscerate lethal.
My dream ends. Hey, lights out.
Oh, the King of the Hill as well. I'm doing that. The King of the Hill is 3 days from now. So I've been doing King of the Hill 3 days from now. I think that's with like Tice, Chalky, Dogs. That's pretty cool. It's not a big tournament though, because it's only a 4-player tournament. What are the chances Osaka or me win BlizzCon next year? About 0%. I don't think me or Osaka have qualified yet, and I don't think me or Osaka are participating in the next prelims. I think I'll give it Deadly just to be able to clear some things. Oh, Pillager to Pillager. That's sick. We just need to hit that young auctioneer. Seems good.
This guy's tough.
Up, dude. Yeah, it sucks not being able to coin Tin Pillager is the only thing about that situation, but...
So many options.
I think that's a good use of sap.
Hey, lights out.
Job's done.
As far as sap goes in the matchup.
Blade be thirsty.
Thank you. Lights out.
And we can react to his minion next turn. I don't think we need to, you know, spend our entire turn dealing with it. So next turn we can Dagger Deadly Evisit, or we just Dagger Poke it and Shadow Strike something. Yeah, now we push 5. The cost of course, taking an extra 2, but... Hey, man. That's a price I'll pay. Whoa. Or did you see this calm down? Okay. Don't worry, we can. How much better is a pro than a ranked 500 plus legend player? Depends what point of the season you're talking 500 plus. Legend ranking is a bad reflection of skill, but the pros have a very wide range. Like, there's some pros that focus more on grinding than on individual tournament performance, and of course,
Thank you.
that means maybe
maybe their overall skill level's worse than some of the other pros, but they perform pretty consistently or on par just because they play in like 6 times as many events and go to all the opens. And then there's other pros that focus more on streaming and content creation, and they're maybe a little bit worse than the tournament pros because they're spending their time on content creation rather than on practicing the game. And then there's the pros that spend all day, every day practicing, and then, you know, always get top 8 or better in tournaments they play in. Like, Frozen would be a good example. He's only gone to like 4 events, but every single event he's gone to, he's gotten top 8 or better. And none of you guys know who the hell I'm talking about because he doesn't make any content. He just focuses on trying to play the game well, which is the least rewarding way to play Hearthstone. It's a big flaw in the competitive scene. But I think most top 500 Legend players could be pros if they made content. I think the skill level of most of the content creation pros is similar to that.
Job's done.
I think I want to draw cards more than I want to put SI7 in play. The scary part about this is when Rag comes down, we don't have an answer, so I was looking for like some way to stall if for an 8-drop comes down.
For the war chief!
Looks like we're not going for Super Thune this game. So I'm gonna put this out there so he has to deal with it, and I also get to beg him for 4. And then let's turn the heat up on him. We're gonna buff Cthulhu with Blade of Cthulhu, we're gonna play Cthulhu, and we're gonna try and make sure it kills him.
I can wait.
Oh, oh shit! Blade of Cthulhu OP as fuck, dude. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, it's so juicy. So juicy. He's dead. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Oh. Card's busted, man. That's why we eviscerated his face. Right there.
I wonder.
It pressures him to overkill our minions. Overkilling our minions means Grom or Rag. Also means kill him faster. Alright, this is gonna be embarrassing when we miss lethal. 4, 6. We don't have to play Cthulhu, we can kill him without Cthulhu. I'm at 3, 6. 6 plus 8 is 14. 14 plus 2 is 16, so he's dead 100%.
My dream ends. Your nightmare.
Alright. Alright. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and take my dog out to go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. There's the deck list if anyone's wondering. It's just basically how this works is you take out the Cold Blood and you replace it with like a Shadow Step. You take out like Conceal, replace it with a Bran. You take out the other Conceal, replace it with a Shadowcaster. The other Cold Blood with like a Cthulhu. And then you come out with like basically stock Miracle Rogue with, you know, the win condition from Leroy just completely shifted. Because now instead of Leroy, Cold Blood, Conceal, Conceal, you have a Shadow Step, Bran, Shadow Caller, Blade of Cthulhu, Cthulhu as your win condition. So it's just a simple shift in win condition. I think it's incredibly worse than Standard Rogue, but it is a lot more fun. So I enjoy it. Aside. Here we go. Cat is killed. What? What happened to the cat? Was the cat meowing at the door when we went outside? I don't know. Cat's alive. I don't know where it went.
Valir
It's alive though.
Hera.
Cat was mewed like crazy. It doesn't like being alone.
You're back.
So when my girlfriend's asleep and when I'm like not here, sometimes it meows a lot. It only usually lasts a couple minutes and then it realizes, alright, nobody's here. And then it chills out. I don't think any of these are good enough to keep. Here it is. See? Cat's alive.
Who's up for an adventure?
Okay. True Hood Hero Power. Hopefully it's not the young pirate warrior.
Here we go.
I don't kill that now. I don't think I'm ever killing it. So it's like, might as well just kill it and get it out of the way. Girlfriend 4-4 battle cry, make you stop playing and do the dishes. Shit, I have to do the dishes today. She doesn't wake up till like 9. I have 5 more hours. R.I.P.
Here we
As far as
go.
damage is concerned, like 2-3 is going to be one of the lower health minions we end up hitting with our daggers. So like the 3 damage backstab can be used to combo the SI and what have you for the future turn.
Blade be thirsty.
So I was going to get pumped up to more, potentially. So this way now I get backstab SI. It's pretty cool. Oh, we got the baby brand combo. We can go for the big tunes.
This guy's toast.
It's not worth 2 turns, but it's a nice thing to have. What do you think about Baran plus Barnes and summon 2 ranks? Sounds like it's not going to happen too consistently, so I'm pretty okay with it. I do think Barnes is going to be one of the better cards in the game, though. It's going to be cool, designing your deck around that card and doing things like that. My Twitter is empty. What happened to my Twitter? I don't think my Twitter's empty. It wasn't empty this morning.
For the life binder.
Nah, man, you probably just got the wrong Twitter. It's at Firebat. That's it. It's a happy little Twitter.
So many
All right.
options.
Just drink. Next turn I can go off with Gadget. Maybe. I want to wait till 8 most of the time, but on 8 I already want to be Brand Shadowcastering, so it's kind of awkward. Let's see the dilemma. Might just fan SI next turn.
Wield the power.
Oh jeez. Found a dragon.
So many options.
Ha, this guy's toast.
Maybe taking 5 damage there was just better. Clear the board, take 5 instead of not clear the board, take 2. And if he plays an 8-drop, I have less targets to cycle cards off of. This is the only issue.
What now?
No 8-drop, that's good news. Backstabs left, 1 fan left, no breaks left. Well, Thalnos fan would be soon. Gadgets and prep, Thalnos fan.
I got the best deals anywhere.
I tried to wait a really long time to get a clean gadget cycle, and the game just did not want me to do it.
For vengeance.
I should have just went Brand Shadowcaster, but I was afraid of the incoming damage. I was really hoping we could hit something there.
Cthulhu! Cthulhu! Cthulhu!
Here we go.
We're alive by 1. That's not good. That's not good. Maybe we're supposed to play Brand that turn so we could actually be potentially threatening lethal with some weird Cthulhu RNG. Because if he goes all face, we just lose because he's got the hero power, you know?
What now?
Trade. Trade! Trade.
Fly, party!
The shadows beckon.
Brotherhood shall prevail.
Here we go.
Set up lethal. Died.
Play.
I give up.
He might attack Edwin. The dream might come true.
This thrall!
It's Dude.
For Doomhammer.
Watch.
Dude usually gets
your
pretty high rank legend.
Greetings, friend.
Kitty, quit meowing. Over here.
Roy!
This could be good next turn. Here comes Coin Pharaohs. Be too greedy to wait for the Edwin, but so many spells to win the game. But that's not one of them. Never one of the spells to win us the game. A little greed. Take a risk, try to get rewarded, you know?
Brotherhood
Dude,
shield.
Here we go.
get some 1 mana Edwin. That'd be sick. No! Fuck.
The shadows beckon.
Yup.
Here we go.
Think we need the pressure, otherwise we can't really clear his next minion.
Did you bring some fish?
And lightning bolt with the spell power. He's picking up the feral spurt. He's also thinking about totem. Signals he might have things from below. Combat frog.
Did you bring some fish?
Guess we lose. We tried. We got real close. Yeah, we're dead. I don't know, maybe we're supposed to gadget Shadow Step, but it still costs 4 after that. We get 2
There is
spells
a
in.
lot at stake here.
I got the best deal for anyone.
If I sap this, it comes back.
I give up.
He has lethal next turn. We were having a good streak there for a minute. That's a super awkward draw, man.
Valera versus Gul'dan.
Your soul shall be mine!
Alright.
Watch your back.
Headwin and win? Headwin Van Win? Seems good. create music. I'm glad you enjoy my music. It's self-produced. My voice. And credits to Hearthstone. Swapped a bunch of spells for minions. Doesn't make Auctioneer any weaker? Yeah, it does. It does make Auctioneer a little bit weaker. Although it is still the best card draw engine available, right? So it's the best alternative. The next best alternative is pretty shit. Be like what? Like no mission vendors at that point, so something sketchy. I added extra ships though to try and like augment that disadvantage, but obviously it's not as clean as, you know, just running regular Miracle. By no means am I trying to say that this deck's better than Miracle. I do think it is more fun though, because I've played like 10 bajillion Miracle Rogue games, so. Twitter link is wrong. It goes to firebat_HS. Oh, my bad. My Twitter's been changed to @firebat. I'll update that eventually when I remember, I think. I'm real bad at updating that stuff. Eventually you guys will remind me enough that I'll do it. Coalmaster Draw Engine Rogue with Wild Pyromancer to kill off your own minions. You know, I've tried it. I think it's like probably tier 4 as far as draw engines in Rogue go.
Almost out of time. I wonder.
What chair are you rocking? I'm rocking the DX Racer Zero. It's a nice chair.
The Brotherhood shall come.
Let's go 8-8. Where do I live? I live in Michigan. I prefer a chair as opposed to, you know, the amnesiac tech. He likes to use the exercise ball as his tech choice, as far as chairs go.
Here we go.
And that turn 2 ritual is really sick to set up for that. Any other minion he plays there, I eviscerated and pull ahead.
Buying or
Like, let's say he played Peddler instead of Ritual there. I'd eviscerate the Peddler, he can't kill the Edwin, I win the game. So that key play on turn 2 of playing Ritual to play around Prep Eviscerate, Coin Edwin. That was sick read. Do I need the value of this? I hope not.
This guy's toast.
I want a clean board minion, I think.
Here we go.
Usually when you can remove all of these minions, it's pretty good. That one's kind of risky. Because we lose half the value of the deadly by doing it this way. And we could potentially get outvalued. So I'm trying to crutch on the fact that my deck has really high value minions in it to allow me not to get outvalued, but things can happen. Trying to use the extra shivs and the extra minions in my deck as a strength rather than a weakness in this situation. Any reason I stream so late? I don't stream late, I stream early. It's 4 a.m. I just woke up. I sleep in weird sleep cycles, so that's why. I don't know. Normal people, you know, they stay awake all day and then they sleep all night. I stay awake all day and then I stay awake all night and then I sleep all day. I don't know. I like stay up a lot of hours and then sleep a lot of hours.
I'm just not a consistent sleeper. I rely too heavily on the RNG.
Here we go.
And then, as a consequence to that, you know, like, that sleep schedule makes me happy, so it's like what I prefer to do. And that ruins my stream because then I have no stream schedule. And then, like, nobody wants to watch me because they're like, you stream at inconsistent times. And it's like, well, you know what? I don't know. I just like streaming this way because it makes me happy and it works with my lifestyle.
Why do you go? Why do you go?
So sorry, guys. Not everything's for the viewers. Feels bad, man. It's for those viewers that also have ruined sleep schedules.
You love my new
I'm the only streamer representing those guys.
Hey, lights
Here
out.
we go.
Job done.
Get it out! Get it out! My shield for Argus!
Not a bad little sap target, yeah?
I got the best deals anywhere.
He's already played a Soulfire. And he's already played his Peddler card. I think Mr. Gadget's an auctioneer. Could stick around.
My shield for Argus!
I don't think I want to prep. Alright, so if either of these minions live, I win. That's pretty cool.
Buying or selling. Avast making
Man, that is the second Bloodstone Corsair this guy's got.
this time.
He is a based god. Alright, we're climbing back.
Valera versus Morgo.
Shaman.
Watch your back.
Sounds good enough. I think we can pull through. Extra coin. Faster Cthulhu. Alright, let's not lose to coin ferals. Yep, Shadow Strike.
Here we go.
Do we want to try and influence him to play Totem if we can? So we can just Shadow Strike it? That would be the ideal circumstance for us.
Did you bring some fish?
Fuck, dude. I guess we lose. We're at a huge disadvantage now. And we have to use Shadow Strike to kill this, which means we're taking an extra ton of damage. Probably just lose the game off that. Otherwise, you know, we could kill this, but since we're not killing it, this is gonna hit us for like 9 unless we top deck second backstab. So that rolling this drew him a card and dealt me 9 damage, essentially. We have to develop into it.
Thank you.
Try and have a chance to clear the mana tide with our minion. Yeah, I really hate that card.
Getting hot in here.
On the 50-50 to clear my minion. The esports of Shaman, man. Never fun. Let's try and slow down these cards. We're already
Here
dead.
we go.
Without concealing the deck, we don't really have comeback mechanisms for bullshit. So we needed the game to be very standard to win with this deck, and RNG flips are super swingy. Yeah. It's one of the downsides to trying to play a deck that's like this.
This guy's toast. Ha, this guy's toast.
Job's done.
This fire elemental is gonna suck. Hey, you didn't fire elemental me. Oh jeez. Oh man, that's an angry flame tank totem. Ogre tongue totem.
The Brotherhood shall prevail. Job's done.
There is a lot at stake here.
I got the best deals anywhere.
Easy full clear.
Job's done.
Have luck.
I don't have enough mana. I give up.
Alright, we gotta use Jack. Alright, Twitch chat, give me a deck idea. Let's go. What do you guys got for me? Type your deck idea in the chat. What card review from Onik do you think possibly could be wrong about? I haven't seen the card review from Onik. Okay. Reno Hunter, Paladin Astral, Beast Hunter, Dragon Nazoth Priest, Concede Shaman, Mill Rogue, Death Rattle Priest, Murloc Aggro Shaman. Fandral Token Druid. It's just a standard deck. Miracle Monk. Cthulhu Hunter. Alright, let's do Cthulhu Hunter. Cthulhu Hunter. What is the best way to play Cthulhu Hunter? Start with Cthulhu cards. Is Cthulhu Hunter a curve deck, or is there weird OTK combos that we can do? Brian, not great. Anyways, to make Cthulhu better with any of these? No, not really. So it's more just gonna be a standard Cthulhu deck at that point, which is kind of boring. Yeah. We'll give it a shot anyway. Kitty, put me out. I'm trying to stream, bro. The cat always wants attention. Probably just jam all the Cthulhu cards in like Cthulhu Druid, honestly.
and then jam 2 high mains in there, jam 2 Call of the Wilds in there, and then just curve people out. This deck actually seems like it could be solid. Like, not gonna lie, like, just this shell looking pretty good already. We just jam every Cthulhu card in there and then try and make a decent curve. 2 quick shots, obviously, that's like one of the key removal spells. That's a lot of 3 drops, honestly. We may not even need any 3s. A bow. Houndmaster is bad on 4. We got 2 4s. We only really need 1. You just throw a random ass infested wolf in there. Probably want 1 more 5. Just jam a tiger in there. Probably want... Alec might not be bad in this deck. Got sick top end. 1, 2, 3, 4. I like Knife Juggler more than a lot of the other options. It's not very defensive of a deck. Bran. Oh, if Bran's good enough to make the cut. I think we don't want one of these. Maybe we don't want either of these, and then we can run companions. Oh god, disconnected from BattleNet. We lost.
Welcome to the end, friend.
Alright, we're back. Blizzard! Man. We could get away with the Houndmaster if we run the companions. Companion also helps our Joust be good. So like King's Alec is actually super strong in this deck. Top end is checked. That's good. Just 1 5 I like. I like 3 5s in Hunter. I don't know, that's probably too slow right now. 2 of our 5s have taunt though. With like such a high curve, we may just run like arcane shots as to like fill in for the 1-drop slot, like wiggle room, kind of like what Druid does with roots, right? And just with our mid-range curve to help with board control. I don't think we'll run out of cards too fast with how late game centric the deck is. Probably want Hunter's Mark. Now, we may be making it too low curve now, but you know, we added a 7-drop and a 10-drop to the standard mid-range Hunter build, and you know, a 5. So we've added a lot of high end, and then replaced like the 1-drops with arcane shots. Added a Hunter's Mark. We'll call it Cthulhu Hunter. You can give it a shot. I think it's got decent attributes to it. Acolyte, maybe. Well, the idea of the deck is, of course, running a bunch of high-end that allows us to then run the earlier game cards. And, you know, removal cards. If we run card draw, it gets a little more awkward, because then you need to cut top end for card draw in that situation to increase consistency but lower power level, and you're already playing a tier 2 deck at best, so... I'm not so sure that's the route we want to take.
Versus Garrosh.
Victory or death! Let the hunt begin.
It's 5 damage kills a decent number of warrior things. Might want to just keep twins. We'll probably have it active in time. If we're keeping twins, I don't really like keeping bow that much. We're just gonna high main into twins, don't worry. Just solid 7-drop keep. There we go, it's active. Is there any point to coin this out? I don't think there's any point to coin it out. I think it's a waste of a coin. If he has War X, he kills it anyway. If he doesn't have War X, he does nothing this turn, right? Not right. He does that. Okay. Wish I had that bow still. We'll be okay. We have a Knife Juggler Unleash into Twin Emperor.
For the life binder.
Liakaffer and Misha are all good.
To my side.
This way.
So Knife Juggler Unleash this.
Put this apple on your head.
Alright, trying to stay alive, trying to stay alive. Might work.
What now?
Alright. We're close. Close to actually being able to start swinging this game in our favor. We're also close to dying. If we could get Hunter's Mark off the top, that'd be sick for this 9/9.
For Blackwood.
Probably dead. We're too low. We have the taunts though.
For Blackwood.
Oh my god, not another 9/9. Okay, okay. We can set up to kill both of them, right? So we play the Twin Emperors. And this punches into one of these guys, so we can kill the next one the following turn. And we try and clear. We have more taunts in the deck. We could taunt wall this guy. Taunt Hunter, man.
My blade be
Oh jeez, not frothing. That guy's gonna be buff.
No, bow's not useful here.
To my side.
We're dead. What went wrong? We were a little bit too slow. But he had a Dragon Warrior, Perfect Curve, Champion, Frothing, Twilight Guardian, Dragonite Crusher. So I think, generally speaking, when they go that curve, it's not really a big deal. You can't really be fast enough for turn 1. Or it was turn 2, he played a 3-3 Charger. And then another 3-3 Charger. Then a 3-6 Taunt. So it kind of cheated the mana curve every turn of the game with his... minions.
Rexa versus.
Alright, we'll give it another shot. Got the salty run back.
Victory or death. Let the hunt begin.
We know it's Dragon Warrior now, so that helps us out a little bit.
Who's up for an adventure?
I think keeping Twin on Mulligan was fine. It was really strong. Almost allowed us to come back in an unwinnable game. Alright, 2 into 2 into 3. Let's see, try and contest this directly. Never win the joust. He hit a 4, so we're unlikely to win. If he hits a 3, I think we're likely to win.
Are you my master?
My blade be thirsty.
This is good.
Hunt alone.
Oh, set up the clear. God, man, this guy's curves nuts every game. 1, 2, 3, 4. He's a really good Dragon Warrior player. One, two, three, four, five. That's the Blackwing Corruptor.
I wield the power.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see if he hits the 6 as well.
I bleed for food.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and looks like he's just executing and pushing a bunch of damage, which is a fair turn 6. But it's not the 6 trap, so I can't complain, right? If it's another Blackwing Corruptor, I think I can complain. I think I can complain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Execute 5. I don't think it mattered what deck we were playing. We were losing that game as well.
Well fought. I concede.
Maybe Cthulhu Hunter's not good, guys. I want to give Cthulhu Hunter like a fair shake of the deal, though. So I'm gonna wait for this guy to go by and try and get someone that doesn't curve 1 through 6 every game. Because you gotta give it a shot, right? You can't just test an idea and not give it a chance. No matter how many ranks it costs, we have to give it a chance. It'd just be unfair to Cthulhu Hunter.
Alright, another warrior. No big deal.
Victory or death! Let the hunt begin.
Our curve is significantly worse than it's been in previous games, unfortunately. I don't think this hand's gonna be able to beat a mediocre curve. Oh, we start 3 and a 4. We missed our 2 is the only thing. We run 6 2s, full mulligan for 2s. Odds are, you know, we hit it 2, but 30% of the time or whatever, you don't hit it, you know. Cool. Technically speaking, he didn't hit the 2 drop. His card costs 2. It's not a minion. Strange.
The end is coming!
I think protecting my board is actually worthwhile here. He seems to be some sort of control warrior. Or a Cthulhu warrior, maybe. Brutal.
Cthulhu is my shield.
Let the pain speak to me.
Uh-oh, Acolyte's awkward. Oh, okay. I think limiting card draw is more important. So I'm gonna do that. And killing the 3-3. 3-3 will die on the Unleash cleanup. All things considered, we're not in a terrible spot. Like, we're not dead yet. That's positive. And he's at only 18 life. Got Call of the Wild coming up soon. It's not a crazy bad position.
Welcome to the Grand Tournament, champion.
Well. That a empty board Call of the Wild, I guess. Welcome to the Grand Tournament. We've only hit 2 card, or 1 card above 4, which is Call of the Wild. Alright, there we go. I don't want to play Call of the Wild into that because he needs to take one of my minions. This way I could trade off the Sylvanas and then play Call of the Wild after the fact. Oh, that sucks. Sucks a lot. Oh. Come on. Alright, hopefully he doesn't run silence.
Ah. We got wrecked, dude. I just got so guffed so hard.
None shall rise.
Why is there a Black Knight? What do you beat? I think this is RNGesus' way of telling me give up on Cthulhu Hunter, right? Like, this is the sign. This is the sign to not play Cthulhu Hunter. Alright, new deck, new deck. Alright, guys, what do we got? Suggestions from the chat? What are we playing today? What are we trying to build? Anything? Pirate Mage? How the hell would Pirate Mage even work? There's not even weapons in Mage. That's just silly. I can understand Pirate Priest, but Pirate Mage? Holy Wrath Paladin, Mill Rogue. There's a lot of Mill Rogue suggestions. The problem is there's so many aggressive decks. We'll try Mill Rogue, but we'll try one. We'll do a quick Mill Rogue thing. Step 1, COD Lights. Step 2, gang ups. Step 3, trying to figure out how you stay alive. Also, we need saps, vanish, prep, shadow step. Where's Refreshment Vendor? I tend to think Drakes are okay. Like, you can draw some cards in your deck and still be able to win against a lot of decks. So, like, drawing isn't too terrible. Alright. Backstab's okay. Deadly without Flurry is kind of questionable. Probably want Eviscerates to help clean up things. Fan, at least one, probably necessary in the meta.
I want Valnos. It's like second fan, maybe. It's probably second fan. Or Earthen Ring. Earthen Ring could be good. Yeah, fan's so sketchy, but it's still like needed against Zoo. Alright, let's take some people to fatigue. The issue with like Fan and Shadow Strike is like they're good cards stand alone, but they're way better when you combo them with Prep, and in this deck you oftentimes cannot combo them with Prep since Prep needs to be a resource saved kind of for Vanish a lot of times. So that's where it comes into awkward. And Dark Fisher is just kind of not good because it makes them draw cards too early in the game, and isn't that strong of a minion on its own anyway. Like if it was a 3/4 maybe, but 2/4, meh.
Valir versus
Fuzzy Wuzzy.
Rexxar.
Let the hunt begin.
Watch your back.
Alright, come on, Cold Light Oracle. That's the hand. That's the one. Maybe he's playing Cthulhu Hunter. Ah. Why does he have Harrison Jones in his Hunter? It's really good against Rogue.
The end is coming.
It's so random. I still want him to draw 2 at this point. Go for 2, buddy. Just keep sapping Harrison and he keeps drawing. Honestly, I think it's good for him to draw 2 here. We don't really have the resources to deal with it at the moment. So, I think if I was him, I would draw 2, but it's kind of hard to make that read. Especially against Milrogue. But I feel like if he draws cards and puts out pressure with a 5/4 instead of, you know, giving me a free turn to do whatever I want, then he's gonna get closer to killing me before I get closer to milling him. If that makes sense.
My eyes are open.
We do have the cold light
Here
though,
we
so
go.
maybe it works then. If Harrison's here for 2, then we cold light of his. Shadow Step cold light. Why no Shadowcaster? There's a Shadowcaster. Alright, let's play Yogg Hunter. The old Milrogue versus Yogg Hunter matchup. Oh, tracking! That's so good for me! Why you play tracking? Holy shit. It's like drawing 3 cards, but only drawing 1. Alright, we can mill this Yogg. Easy. Yep. Yep. I think we want to prioritize getting Cold Light Oracles, so we're going to do this. You think it's snake trap? I don't think it's snake trap.
Go.
Cool.
My hand is too full.
Explosive trap. Ooh, Call of the Wild. R.I.P. bro.
My hand is too full.
Oh, this is just Unleash. We're gonna get him. We're gonna get him. Not Huffer, not Huffer. Hey. My whole deck is Cold Light Oracles at this point. So I don't really need to get this guy freezing trapped, but... I want to get more cards out of my hand, so I think I want to backstab SI over one of the 2 mana spells.
This guy's toast.
I don't think I'm ever going to attack him the entire game, so these traps can get stuck in his hand and be annoying. He had to play Hunter's Mark to try not to get overdrawn. It was a good Hunter's Mark. Oh, jeez. 2 Hunter's Marks. Sick deadly shot value. Wow. Alright, let's see. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. Hey! Quit chasing the cat. It's too early for that. Go lay down. Lay down. You better listen. Lay down. Yeah. 3, 6, 9. Yeah, I think we just do this. Set up for a better turn next turn. Empty the backstab out of my hand because we can. Roo. Happy Doge. Yeah. I got a German Shepherd, and I don't know what kind of cat. Like a very little kitten. The little kitten always likes to screw with the German Shepherd. The German Shepherd's pretty big. Cat's got some balls on it, man. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. We can start with this. We go to 10.
My hand is too full.
Alright, we want to gang this up.
The end is coming!
Alright, we kill him next turn.
My hand is too full. I'm out of cards.
Sick yard, bro. He silenced the Doomsayer though, and his totem's got +2, so how does he lose? Hunter's Mark number 3.
Who knows what secrets will uncover?
I will.
26 overkill. 26 overkill. Alright.
Valera versus Garrosh.
Victory or death!
Watch your back.
Alright. That's probably the play. I thought you guys were trolling me. I thought you guys troll me so often that I thought for sure you guys were trolling. That's hilarious. We don't want gang up to the later stages of the game to kind of close out the game, so I think it's fine to pitch it off the mulligan even though we have Cold Light Oracle.
Are you my
It's
master?
the closer. The closer. Oh jeez, that's good. Okay. 2-3 is incredibly annoying, but we'll be okay. Just gonna follow on curve, take the slow game.
Here we go.
We can make him draw 4. We can make him draw 6. We can go full cold on him.
Do you have the artifact?
Overdraw him for 2 if we want. We draw 6, we lose 4. We're at 9. That's fine. Three, 6, 7, 8. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. Nine cards. Yeah, got rid of Gorehowl. That's actually good. I hate Gorehowl.
Choose soon.
We need to empty our hand anyway.
Here we go.
Makes Shadowcaster up the top with a really good top draw. Milled the map. Sick.
Alright, what do we got? Oryx. Why you kill that one instead of this one? Alright, he's killing that one too, I think. Yeah, he's got the 2-1. He's got it, he's got it. We need to milk a Thune.
Here we go.
Oh, we're actually drawing faster than him because he's only cycled shield block and that's it. But we have gang up twice. We had 6 cards to our deck, so the awkward part about this matchup though is even adding 6 cards to our deck we can still lose in fatigue just because they can gain so much armor with the Cthulhu cards. So we need to actually
Here we go.
not play this Drake ever, I think.
Get your funnel case here.
Just keep cleaning up the board. Play one Beneath the Grounds. Ah, Beneath the Grounds is so awkward though. You can't really control its effect too well, so it's not great of a card.
The feast of souls begins now. Come, little ones.
Might be able to afford to play one Drake. I had to play either Drake or Thalanos here.
I wonder.
We're gonna do it. This is our second Cold Light Oracle and we haven't hit a gang up yet, so we need to save it for the gang ups, otherwise we could find ourselves with no win condition, which can be a bit awkward.
What now?
Caffeine shelters us.
Oh, there we go, perfect. So,
The shadows beckon.
so next turn we can play Cold Light Oracle to fill his hand, then gang up the Cold Light Oracle, then play Vanish so that these minions die. It is really important that this guy dies, because I don't want him being able to play that again and keep stacking armor forever. So I need to set up a situation where his hand's full so this dies when I play the Vanish. And then they return back into the hand in the order they're played. So this card goes first, so he needs to have at least 9 cards in his hand when I play the Vanish for this guy to die. So that's kind of the setup we're trying to go for.
Caffeine shelters us.
So all of 3 of these minions are gonna die. Oh shit, yeah, both these are gonna die. Alright, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we play this, we go up to 10, and then we play 2 more cards, so we're good. So we gang it up, and then we Vanish, killing his board, because he's at 10 cards. 3, 7, 8, 9, and our natural draw brings us to 10, so we don't
My
burn.
hand is full.
Beautiful. Now you just gotta deal with Cartoon. And that's like the
I
last
have
big
no
threat in his
time
deck,
for
right?
games.
Oh, that's a threat, I guess. 8 plus 12 is 20. So we could die. I just want to empty our hand and mill him a bunch.
How many cold lights? We have 2 more after this? We haven't landed second gang up.
I wonder. Choose soon.
I guess I do want to play second cold light.
Ha, this guy's toast.
Another like play there was like playing Doomsayer, but I think this is fine.
Is full.
Emperor and Cthulhu's chosen. Not great ones. It's gonna be hard to cut through 50.
What now?
Good prep Sapped. If I prep Sap, it dies and takes something. We save 5 life, and we save 2 life. 2 or 3. That's fine. Saps can be used to kill Cthulhu. That's annoying.
Who knows what secrets will uncover?
Emperor's gone, so the brand's a lot less valuable.
Funnel cakes! Get your funnel cakes here!
Ha, this guy's toast.
2 Cold Light Oracles, 3 cards. We need to hit it.
I'm almost out of cards.
We need to hit it. I'm hoping these can get through some chip damage as well. And we need to mill him for like 8. Fatigue him 8 cards or something like that. 8's only like 35, right?
I wonder.
36. So 8's 36. So we had to fatigue him for 10? Ah. Well, he takes an extra one at the end, proc, right? We need to fatigue him a lot of cards, man.
What now?
How am I going to deal with Cthulhu? If he plays Cthulhu here, and I draw my Cold Light Oracles, I got 2 of them in here. If I draw either of them, then I can go Cold Light Oracle, gang up, sap the Cthulhu, and kill it. Three, 6.
I'm out of cards.
Cthulhu's only at 12. Can we afford to take 4? He's got 1 execute left.
Choose soon.
The end is coming!
I think I play both Doomsayers and take 4,
Choose soon.
and then try and kill him. Do we lose to Cthulhu this way? We might lose to Cthulhu this way. We have to play like Bran to stall against Cthulhu and then go off with the mill, because otherwise he can set up lethal and kill us, right? He's at...
I wonder.
He's at 2 fatigue, so he's going to be taking Oh god, math. It's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We can fatigue him for how many extra? We can make him draw
I wonder.
2, 4, 6 cards. 1. So it's 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7 plus 8. I'm sure there's a better way to do this, obviously, but you know, I'm not gonna figure it out right now because I'm dumb.
I must choose.
It's like,
Let the pain speak to me.
it's like 33 damage only. So 33 plus 2. We don't have lethal. So we would then, in fact, kill ourselves. Shit. Right? Oh, then there's one more because he draws another one. So the next one's 9, so it's 41. How much health is he at? He's at 48. We're almost there. So I guess we just want to put the most health on the board and hope we don't die. And try and get a draw. We have 41, 42, 43.
So many options.
Because he fatigued for 2. 43. So I think the best course of action then is to go... Oh, this is 8 cards. Why am I retarded?
I'm out of cards.
Alright, we have lethal then, right? If it's 8 cards, we have lethal. Counting is hard, guys. I thought Brand, for some reason, only was 6. I didn't have time to check if it killed myself, because I couldn't count the Brand math right. I think I just we killed each other. We gotta draw. There's probably... What if I made it... I could go for... Nah, 6 was the only option. It was either 6 or 8. And if I go for 6, I lose. If I go for 8, it's a draw. So those are my 2 options. I think a draw is better than losing. We did it. We did it! We got there. The other option there is we lose, right? If we make him draw 6 cards, then we only do 43 damage, then he plays Cthulhu and we die. So we have to go for the Bran 8 and then go for the kill him. Alright, draw. We half did it. That's a job well done in my book. Alright, one more game of this and then we'll take suggestions from Twitch chat for the next deck.
Valera versus Garrosh.
Victory or death!
Watch your back.
The rank 70 warrior. Let's find some early game removal. Backstab at SI. Oh, yeah. Did Firebat win? I didn't lose. So interpret that how you will.
Greetings.
If we could find Brandon Shadowcaller early, actually, in its Control Warrior, we could go the infinite generator route and just generate cards for the whole game. That could work. Sum n ape 1 plus a n divided by 2. Yeah, I don't know.
Mind if I roll
That would be really useful for if the calculation was like a lot more numbers. But you only need to do like 2, 4, 6, or 8. So I think it's faster for me anyway, just to do it in my head. Alright, we'll say backstab aside for better removal. This looks like combo Worgen Warrior. So against Worgen Warrior, if we're able to actually mill Worgen or charge, we win the game. Multiplication's 2 card, guys. I do addition. I'm a Hearthstone counter. Alright. Oh, both gang ups is so bad. This is the finisher card. Without Cold Light, this card does nothing.
Here we go.
I don't want to play SI into a War Axe just to die. I want to hold a second battle card to help me clear things without taking damage.
Greetings.
Look at this guy, he's drawn. I think he's supposed to be drawn though. I think we're gonna die. As soon as we find Cold Light, we're in business though, because we'll double gang it up and then draw Cold Light every turn for the rest of the game and try and mill charge and rampage. Or charge and Worgen.
This
Here
guy's
we
toast.
go.
Come on, Cold Light. Where you hiding, bro? I got Drakes in here too to help me cycle with the Cold Light. Would definitely play them in this matchup. No, I think drawing cards for him is right with shield block. He needs to find his combo before I find my mill combo. That's kind of how the matchup goes, right? Why not change Drake for King Muckler to give him 2 extra cards? The purpose of Drake is to increase the consistency of finding the Cold Light Oracle, because the deck doesn't work until you actually find the Cold Light Oracle. And against most decks, adding 6 extra cards to my deck allows me to beat them in fatigue, even though I am drawing a few cards, because we can expect they draw at least 1 card, so I can draw 1 or 2 cards and add 6 cards to my deck and still be able to do about 30 damage with fatigue before I die. What is this?
Mind if I roll knee?
He's coining that armor. He's maxing out armor, dude. He's got a plan. He's got a plan.
Here we go.
Greetings.
Funnel cakes! Get your funnel cakes here!
Playing around Cold Light Oracle, too. And I still just can't find it, man.
Do you like to play?
Where are you, Cold Light Oracle? He's gonna OTK me before I find Cold Light Oracle. The new 7-mana taunt can find Cold Light. Mill Rogue with 7-mana taunt to find Cold Light. I don't know if that's gonna be a thing. That'd be funny though. Oh, here we go. It begins. It begins.
Well played.
We don't have any way to pull it back. God damn it. We want to increase our odds of finding Cold Light off the top. And then we just gotta hope he doesn't have Emperor in his hand yet. Because if he plays Emperor, we lose. Because then he hits us for, you know, 1 billion. Hopefully he doesn't have Worgen Charge yet.
If he has Emperor, Worgen Charge, man, it's all ogre.
By the
He has Emperor.
Ragnaros,
Does he have Worgen
I
Charge?
have the power! I will crush you!
Yeah, we're dead. I feel dead. Well, the Emperor proc doesn't matter. The important thing is getting rid of the 5 damage that it deals. Basically, he can play it again all he wants. As long as he doesn't have charge yet, we win. They run 1 charge. So as long as he doesn't have charge or Worgen yet, we win. If we find, you know, Cold Light and start doing all the things.
Let the pain speak to me.
Yeah. He's going to be cycling these cards to try and find the charge and the Worgen. So that's good. He doesn't want to be stuck with these in his hand, so drawing here is actually good for him. The thing is, if we can line up a bunch of Cold Lights all at once with the Shadow Steps at the end, we could actually kill him. So if he draws this many, this is a lot of cards. Why is he? He's gonna fatigue him. What? What? I don't know about that one. We might be able to kill him. Wow, we don't have Cold Light still. Unfortunate. Maybe he doesn't have a piece yet.
Who knows what secrets will uncover?
Job done. I'm out of cards.
Nope, he's got the whole thing. We're dead.
Thanks. Greetings. I will crush you.
We'll let him have his fun, do the whole thing and kill us. Just like inconsistent code draws, man. We had 7 Cold Light Oracles in our 19 remaining cards. Legit though, we could make him draw. We could potentially make him draw 8 if we hit a Cold Light Oracle there. If he draws 8, you know, it's not enough. But it was close to enough. If we make him draw 8, then he natural draws 1. So that's like fatiguing for 9. So that is fatiguing for 9. That's a lot of damage, actually. Did that kill him? It's 36 or something? I don't know. He's at 38. Maybe it killed him.
Valera versus Garrosh.
Victory or
Never do math, man.
Watch your
45, you say? One guy said 72. That's just wrong. 45 sounds right. 45 sounds right. I could believe 45. This 1 through 8 is 36, and then that's the 9, so it becomes 45. 45, that's right. You would have drawn 2, 4, 6, and then we have to hit the Shadow Step into the last Cold Light Oracle. So it's like a 5-card combo that all stems from the first Cold Light Oracle. It's not incredibly unlikely with 7 Cold Light Oracles and 2 Shadow Steps in your 19 cards, but it's not incredibly likely either. So we did have outs still. It's important. Always outs, man.
So yeah, if we hit Cold Light Oracle that turn, into Cold Light Oracle, into Cold Light Oracle, into Shadow Step, into Cold Light Oracle. So what's the odds of that? The odds of hitting the first Cold Light Oracle is 7 out of 19. And then that draws 2 cards. I'm not doing this. Alright. We had a potential for lethal that was non-zero. Alright, we'll do Sarah next turn, I think. Voodoo, little what? It's to empty your card when you're drawing the nuts, man. And it's golden and cute. And against Priest, you can heal their Northshire Cleric to make him draw. It's very memey. I think Doomsayer's fine here. Probably gonna have to Queen Drake. I want to poke, and so he can't just shield slam this without armoring, so it's more intensive on his turn to shield slam it.
What secrets will uncover?
The end is coming!
Alright.
What now?
Alright, we hit the 5-drop here, and then we go Brand Shadowcaster. You got a 5% chance to do Shadowcaster.
The end is coming!
Never Shadowcaster. What is he setting up to do?
Here we go.
I don't think I mind. I don't want to do a Brand Cold Light. One, it doesn't mill him. Two, we don't have the gang up yet. Why the role player card back? Classic is role player card back? Feels bad, man. That's a lot of cards. 3, 6, 7, 8. Play 2, draw 4, go to 10.
Who knows what secrets will uncover?
Alright, so we can prep sap and then shadow step. Prep sap, yeah. We go to 10, we overdraw 1. If it's gang up, we lose the game. We could just clear the board.
So I'll choose soon.
I just don't want to overdraw gang up. making him have to brawl, which is pretty cute.
I wonder.
It's a lot of bashes. 7, 8. 2 to 10. Should mill him immediately, right? 3, 6, 7, 8.
My hand is full.
Here
We can play
we
Voodoo
go.
Doctor if we want. We can hold it for vanish value. I better just hold it. It's not hurting anyone.
Choose soon.
My hand is full.
Got rid of Justicar, that's pretty good. Oh god, Gorhel! So much damage. That goes face real hard when it wants to. It's just empty and everything. Like, got 2 in overdrive. We're at 10 cards. So I guess we're playing Voodoo Doctor, Cold Light. Actually, that doesn't need a card out of my hand. Doesn't? 10, we go down to 9, we go back up to 10, and then we go back up to 10, and then we backstab something. Sick.
Someone call for the doctor.
Now we can prep, eviscerate him in the face.
The shadows
always a good time.
beckon.
Here we go.
Might have been better just to backstab my own guy. He did just dump a revenge though, so we did actually could put in work. But now we don't have prep for the vanish, which is a little awkward, but we can still double cold light and vanish in the same turn. We're at 30 still. Him not putting any face pressure on us has made these guys kind of lackluster. To me, our Firebat has gotten a lot skinnier. I lost, I think, 11 pounds playing Pokemon Go. I don't know. I walked a fuckload. So I got a little skinnier. How many Pokemons did you catch? Lots of Pokemon. Eight. And then we go up to 10. Bum, bum, bum. We lose 2
This guy's
cards.
tough.
3, 6, 7, 8. We go up to 9.
My hand is full. My hand is full.
Execute. I mean, not a great one to mill, but we're at a good spot regardless. Oh shit, we didn't draw Code Light Oracle. Well, we'll just make him overdraw these. I don't care if he plays those again, so just making him overdraw the next card in his deck seems good. That was his best turn this turn, then. Oh, this is the Sagoth Black Knight guy that got us earlier. Screw this guy.
Time for sure.
The old Sagoth Black Knight guy.
Do you have the artifact?
Alright, we'll find one of these fourfold light oracles, I think. 7, 8.
I'm out of cards.
3, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we stay at 9 and we get rid of all this junk. And next turn we can make him draw 6, 7, 8. He's gonna take damage of 8. We're out of Shadow Steps, right? So 8 fatigue. We do 36 damage, so he should be dead. We hit him for 36. We hit ourselves for. Draw 2, 4, 6. We hit ourselves for a lot, actually. We have to hit him for 36, though. There's no way that we can do one card short, so. Let's do it. 36 damage, buddy.
I'm out of cards.
And we'll see if we're dead. It's very possible we're dead. We go 1, 2, that's 3. And then we go 3, 4, that's 7. Ah, we're alive at 6. Easiest game of my life. Yeah, 36. Why no Thanos backstab of his? We had lethal, Delta Creeper. Come on, man. Why would you clear when you can win? Alright. Alright, next deck, guys. I'm bored of Milrogue. What are we doing, team? What are we doing, team? Deck suggestions from Twitch chat. What do you guys got for me? Oh, and here's the Milrogue deck. Generic Milrogue with Golden Voodoo Doctor. Oh, yeah. Alright, let's see. Malagos combo, Cthulhu Mage, Darkshire deck. Token Paladin, Pirate Priest. Token Paladin sounds kind of cool. No one does that. Priest Yogg. I've done Priest Yogg, it sucks. Priest Copy deck, Shadow Priest deck. Astral Druid, Astral Communion, Astral Communion, Astral Communion. Murloc. Doesn't even specify what deck, just Murloc. Reno Zoo. Shadow Form. Headcrack Rogue. Headcrack Rogue. Silence Lock. Demon Warrior. Beast Druid. Beast Druid will happen next expansion, don't worry. Face Shaman. Who's just suggesting Face Shaman? What the hell? Infest Hunter. Ugh. It's going so fast. Dragon Warlock. Renounced Darkness Reno Nazoth Warlock. Let's try that. I don't even know how Renounced Darkness actually works. I haven't made a Renounced Darkness deck, so I'm excited to try. Replace your hero power and warlock cards with another class. The cards cost 1 less. That sounds like it has terrible synergy with Reno. Reno Nazoth. So the Nazoth doesn't get replaced. So we can make it just a general control deck with Nazoth and then Karen, Sylve. What other death rattles would be good? That's probably worth running. Alright. And then we want to get, you know, the standard Warlock removal kit. But the Warlock removal kit's pretty shit, so like replacing that with another Dex removal kit could be good. Assuming you hit, you know, a decent percentage spells off of it. Alright. We need decent high curve neutral minions, right? Because the way Renounced Darkness is going to work is the cards are going to cost 1 less, and on average the cards in the game are small cards rather than big cards. So we're going to have a lot of really small cards in the deck, right? Oh, Dreadsteed. Now we're thinking. So we're going to have a lot of really small cards off the Renounced Darkness, so we need to have bigger cards in our deck, and Reno. This is going to be the Clown Fiesta if Reno actually works, but... So, added bigger cards to support this. Problem is all the big cards suck. So we're just gonna have like super good late game and super good early game and just no mid game. Just run demon, well, not 2 of them, just 1 to help try and kill some things, I guess. Not a good card. I just want max removal now. Doomsayer. Where's Ooze? Hey. Have I been just passing it over and over again? Oh, Acidic Swamp, it starts with A. Why do I think it starts with O? Sometimes, man, your brain's just jello. Rock the Sack Pact. Alright. Pretty heavy top end. We could maybe make that top end a little bit heavier. Get rid of Infested Tauren. Super heavy top end. Super solid early game. And a Dreadsteed. Very Corrupted Healbot, maybe. Something a little bit earlier. Well, I want all my early game to be Warlock cards for the most part, is the issue. Alright, maybe this shouldn't be a Reno deck. Alright, let's not make this a Reno deck. That's too much stuff going on at once. If we make it a non-Reno deck, I think we can make it actually work. Replace your hero power and warlock cards with another class cards. So we play all the early game as all warlock cards, and that all gets shifted out. And we'll still keep the N'Zoth package in. So I'm changing the suggestion a little bit. The suggestion was Reno, N'Zoth, Renounced Darkness, Warlock. And we're gonna do N'Zoth, Renounced Darkness, Warlock. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. Red card. I think we need abusive still. It's just the best card in Zoo. Okay, so you take the board early with your Zoo start. You renounce Darkness. All your Zoo cards turn into value cards, which is your mid game then, and then your late game is the N'Zoth package. What could actually go wrong? We might need to include at least like one mid-range minion though. I think Azerdrake's would be the one with all these spells. Chuma sucks. Alright. This is gonna work, guaranteed. It's just the #1 legend deck. We just broke the game. Just add Reno for the lulz. Easiest game of my life. Oh, Forbidden Ritual. I don't know how I didn't think to put Forbidden Ritual in. That's just a misplay.
Your soul shall be mine.
Forbidden Ritual would probably been good. We kept really greedy keep, but a lot of our cards are really bad. Usually these decks runs tons of draw. Usually these decks don't win though, so I think maybe that's good that I'm taking a different approach on it, right? When have you heard of a successful Renounced Darkness deck? It is the angle that just needs to happen.
Buying or selling.
I don't really want Soulfire with this hand. We'll dump something important, probably. Sets up that swipe. I think I'd still rather have Imp Gang Boss get swiped rather than Darkshire get farmed. I'll just play the Imp Gang anyway. Here comes Swipe Hero Power. Oh, no, Ember Doors. The big boy.
D.
Alright. Bet you didn't see that one coming.
Attention, class.
Oh, jeez. Not another innervate? There's no way he's got another innervate. That would just be busted. Alright, cool. We can win. I want to discard one of these two 1-drops. Preferably Flame It. I just don't want to discard a 6-drop. Have a look.
Why do you call?
Next turn we got Karen though, so I mean it's not too bad. God, I'm not playing Zoo, I'm playing Renounced Darkness Nizoth Warlock.
I wonder. Take heart, the Earth Mother is near.
I can put a lot of face pressure on this turn if I want to. Trade this, this, and then go face with that. Or I can take this trade. Both are pretty bad against swipe, right? One's a little bit worse, but they're both pretty bad against swipe. Yeah, I think I'll just take it this way and we'll see what happens with swipe. Probably should have traded that in to play around swipe hero power on this. But I think Karen getting swiped is like not that big of a concern for me. Like he's still got another half, so he's fine. The real trick is throwing out Darkness into Tyrion for Nizoth. That's true. That's the trick.
I wonder.
He prefers to swipe there rather than on the big boy. We don't have Argus or Direwolf, so none of his positioning matters unless we renounce Darkness into them, but we get class cards off Renounce Darkness, right? So it just doesn't matter the positioning at all. Zoo with Shadowbolt and Karen. Whoa, whoa. What's the point of the Renounce? It turns all my early game cards into better, hopefully. That's the point. It tries to upgrade my early game into mid-range cards. And then makes up the mid-range of the deck. So I'm hoping to find it, you know, nowish would be terrific. Other than that, we're gonna keep trucking. With just random-ass Azure Drakes.
Buying or selling.
The trick is, if you never play the Renounced Darkness, this deck's insane. Oh jeez, oh no. Super Karen. That sequence was sick, so it's still got the Rampage on it. Ow. We're gonna die. Alright, Paladin Secret. Let's see. Half our deck we didn't find it, never mind. Do we need more card draw? No, let's give it another shot. Let's give it another shot. Who is Cosplay Grill? Cosplay Grill is the streamer Esmodai. They're probably streaming right now. If you want to check out that sick druid deck they playing. %100 win rate. Best deck in the game. Oh, I forgot to add Forbidden Ritual. That card's probably good in this deck.
Your soul shall be mine. I am your nightmare.
How bad is the Shadow Bolt? It's probably not optimal. Just keep 111, start going ham. Now we get the Shadow Bolt back. You did tap more, you're not too having to draw. Well, in a tempo matchup, I feel like it's better just to be pushing out all the tempo. Maybe in a control matchup, I'll focus on tapping more. And then use the Renounce to more effect.
Put this apple on your head.
Get in there and fight, maggot!
Now, positioning doesn't matter. Why am I conscious of thinking about positioning? There might be some positional class cards that matter, I guess. Am I playing Zoo? No, I'm playing Renounce Warlock with N'Zoth. Turns out Zoo's a really good deck, guys. I'm trying not to play Zoo. I'm trying to make Renounce Darkness good. I don't know, team. Add Cult Master. Alright, we'll add Cult Master. We gotta make it less Zoo-y. How do we... No, Cult Master's a neutral, though. That's the problem with Cult Master. I don't want that in my deck after Renounce Darkness, so it's just bad, because then it won't synergize with the rest of my cards. So Cult Master's not good. I don't think we need Renounce Darkness. I mean, that 0 mana card, because we're just crushing it, dude. 200% win rate. That guy had no idea we were running so much garbage in our deck. Yeah, I don't know. Ritual seems like, eh.
Gul'dan versus Garrosh.
Victory or death. Your soul shall be mine.
We have plenty of 6s. We should get 1 by 6, I think. This one might be a matchup where the Renounce actually comes into it, man. This is a... It's just a Zoo deck with a 2-card handicap. No, I think it's more like an 8-card handicap, but... It could be funny.
Get it out! Get it out!
I don't know, if he coins out at 2-drop, this is better.
For the life binder.
Nailed it. Why did he do that? Alright, if we hit a 3-drop, 3-drop's the most saturated slot on our mana curve, so odds are we should be able to find a 3-drop. Not really. Odds are not in our favor to top deck one with 25 cards in our deck, but out of any of the cards that it would be ideal to top deck on, this would be the most ideal. So hopefully we get there. A Whirlwind? Oh, phew. Alright, it's okay. We're getting the taps in. This is important. That is an expensive Soulfire. We're probably gonna have to Soulfire Frothing next turn too. Alright, probably have to Soulfire that. Hopefully we don't discard something good. He's playing Dragon Warrior, right? We don't need that much top end. Fuck, dude. This doesn't even interact with the 4-drop, so we're gonna... You just pass? Are we in it? We're in it. When your opponent just passes on turn 4. Sick.
Job's done.
I wield the power.
Nom nom sure. Shadow both face for 10. He thinks I'm Zoo. I think he's probably starting to suspect something's up with the Azure Drake in play, but he might still think I'm Zoo. Where's this coil? I don't know. We could go for Dark Peddler into coil. I think it's better to just get this bad boy out there and like Rotom, push a bunch of face damage. Cock block his guy. Get a Karen out there. Set up for that and a Zoth. Here we go. Straw first.
The blade be thirsty. For honor. Practice makes perfect.
Job's done.
I mean, the deck's just good. Like, what more could you want? Like, that's sick!
What now?
Why didn't I play Peddler first? Because I wanted it to turn into a non-Warlock card. I wanted it to be a higher cost, higher value, higher impact card. The idea is Renounced Darkness changes my early game into mid-game cards. Peddler is an early game card. I wanted to turn it into a mid-game card. So we got a 3-drop, a 1-drop, and a 2-drop off of the 3 cards. So it didn't really actually increase our value. Value had actually stayed about the same. A bit unfortunate. Ah, it snipes the Frothing. Sick. One of our good neutral cards. Not one of our good neutral cards.
For honor.
So dirty. Easy, just gonna climb to top 100 legend with Renounced Darkless. Early game / late game Warlock. No mid game. Just 2 Drakes.
I wonder.
Execute Grom Inner Age. Go for the 25%er. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
For the life
Oh, okay, we're good. The monkey. Death rattles so far is just only this guy. Oh, that's a good top deck.
I have no time for games.
Job's done.
Now that we're able to handle this, we should easily be able to handle making Reno Dragon Cthulhu N'Zoth Paladin. I don't know. I mean, technically speaking, the original challenge, right, was the Reno N'Zoth Renounced Darkness deck. So we've handled the Renounced Darkness N'Zoth deck. Now we gotta add the Reno element in there, otherwise we're technically not winning the challenge, right? Because so far we've only done part 1 of the challenge. How do we make this deck a Reno deck? That's the next question. Because we were able to go 3-0 with the non-Reno deck. And how do we go 3-0 with the Reno version? I don't know if it's doable. Might be too hard. Give me that Ragnaros. That was a good turn by him, so. That's a sick card.
Let none survive.
50-50 for the Ragnaros. Never slightly fortunate. Well, we got another try at it. What are the odds after Renounce that you will be able to play Reno? What are the odds? How many minions are there in the game? They're all class-specific minions. So how many class-specific minions of not Warlock are there in the game? Does anybody know? We can run the numbers really quick to figure out the consistency of it. Ah, I guess we're dead. I guess we're dead. That kills us every time when they get Gorehowl off of it. He's playing to his outs. Gotta give him credit for that. But this would be bullshit. Thank you. Thank you, Thank you, Blizzard. Oh, I want to see what crazy warrior card I got. Alright. Not only minions, it's spells too. There's a lot then. I think it's actually pretty good odds your Reno will fire. Like legit, if it's spells too, right? So then your Reno probably fires more often than not. Replace your like hero power cards. Yeah, with another classes. There's a lot of cards in the game. You got 1, 2, 3, 8. Oh no, there's goldens involved in here too. If I look at the only golden page, it's easier to count, right? So 8, 16, 24. There's probably a better way than counting this. There's probably someone that's already done it. I'm not gonna count all this. Alright. Let's show the deck list. This deck list just went 3-0 on ladder, man. Easy. 3-0. That's the mark of consistency, right? Lol. Nah, usually it's gotta be a little bit more games than that, but there's my my Renounced Darkness N'Zoth deck. %100% win rate. Easiest game of my life. Anyway, guys, I'm getting tired. That's gonna be it for my stream for now. I might come back and stream later, like tonight. But for now, I'm gonna take a nap and make breakfast. Probably in the other order. Anyway, let's find somebody to host. I'll just bombard you guys on some. Wait, actually, wait. Before I go, if you haven't checked out the card review video, I want to share that with you. Might be worth checking out if it's something you're interested in. I'll answer questions on it, I guess. We'll pull Twitch chat a little bit. I don't know if it's going to work with this many people. Usually when I talk about card reviews, it's like when there are less participants involved. But oops. So let's see here. Card review. We can watch it together, team.
It's actually 30 minutes long. I don't know if I want to watch it with you guys. Window capture. Boom. Just gonna capture my full screen it. Check it out, guys. This is my card review. I hope you guys enjoy. We're gonna review the cards together. One Night in Karazhan card review number 1 of what cards we've seen so far released. We've kind of not seen much. We just saw the video with Ben Brode talking about the new cards, and Frodan and TJ kind of commentating on them at 2 a.m. and it's been about an hour now, so I haven't had too much time to let the cards soak in, but I do have some ideas about the cards, and I wanted to just, while it's still hot and fresh, review the cards for you. So let's get right into it. First up, we have Ivory Knight. So this is a 6-mana Paladin only card. It's a 4/4 in stats, and it has Battlecry. Discover a spell, restore health to your hero equal to its cost. So looking at this card, first thing that comes to mind for me is, what are the odds you find a specific spell you want? And currently... Alright, let me make it louder, I guess. I don't... Alright, let's pump the volume. Pump up the jam. Alright, and we'll try again. Sorry about that. In the game, you know, this is going to change as cards get added because we are in the process of releasing an expansion. But currently in the game, you got about 11% chance to get a specific spell that you want, which is pretty good. What does that factor in? Things that are important there. You got to think about like board clears. In your control Paladin deck, you're going to be wanting to get like Consecrate, Equality, Enter the Coliseum, Avenging Wrath. So that's 4 board clear spells, and it's a Discover. You got 11% chance to get any of those individually. So you got some pretty good odds there of actually finding an AoE sweeper at the stage in the game, increasing, you know, the odds of having those in your Paladin deck. And also, just getting a second Equality is insane. You have some pretty good odds of finding a healing spell. Like, aside from the fact of the card actually healing you, you could also then get Forbidden Healing, potentially, or Holy Light, Lay on Hands. And then you got the factor of your percent chance to get a draw card in there. So 11% chance per. The only draw cards in Paladin are really Lay on Hands and the 5-mana draw 2. So you got decent options to be able to pick and choose between draw, clear, and heal with this card, which is pretty solid. And also, you know, secrets to some extent could be useful, but I doubt secrets are going to be great for like tempo. It's more of the control theme that you're going to see this card in. And now going into the actual effect of the card of like the restoring health to your hero. The average heal is 3. So on average, you're going to be healing for 3 with this card, but then when you look at that, that sounds terrible. But it's also a Discover. So there's a lot of variance with that 3 when you got to think about that, as well as the variance between the card costs themselves. You got 11 cards, I think it was, at mana cost 1 for Paladin, so that really lows down the average. And then at the same time, you got Any Fin at 10 and Lay on Hands at 8, which bring the average way up. And then you got a few 6s in there, a few 5s, a few 4s, but it's mainly like the 1 costing is the most common card you'll see, and so then the average comes out to about 3 heal. But the card's not being played for the restore health to your hero is honestly just like a bonus on the side of the card. The real purpose of the card is for sure going to be the Discover, allowing you to add extra board control tools to your control Paladin deck, because you're not going to play this in an aggro deck. Its stats are terrible for its cost, but its ability to discover you a card that then you can play to help control the board, draw cards, or heal is actually extremely powerful. I think this card is probably going to see play. I think it's on the lower end if it does see play of, you know, like stellar cards, but it's kind of comparable to an Azure Drake a little bit, which then just also has that bonus of occasionally drawing you the specific spell that you need for the situation, as well as not dying in fatigue because you're not drawing a card from your deck, you're creating a card from the Discover effect. So I think overall, a pretty good card. Not an amazing auto-include card by any means, but I think the card will see play. I think it'll be pretty solid. So moving right on up. Next up we have Kindly Grandmother. So this is a 2-mana, 1/1 Hunter card. It's a beast, and its death rattle is summon a 3/2 Big Bad Wolf, which is also a beast. So 2 beasts in 1, and it's a death rattle that summons a bigger minion, so you can kind of compare that a little bit to Nerubian Egg, which in the past was an insanely strong card. It saw most of its shine and its highlight in Zoo, not in Hunter, but Zoo at this point is a deck, especially the hybrid versions of Hunter, that buffs smaller minions and usually runs Direwolf Alpha, Abusive Sergeants, those sort of things in the hybrid version. So I could definitely see this card being extremely powerful for Hunter. Hunter's biggest weakness in Whispers of the Old Gods meta has been its lack of early game. And of the early game cards, especially on the 2-drop slot, I'd say this is one of the best 2-drops currently in Whispers of the Old Gods, because the 2-drop slot is so bad. Many of the 2-drop minions that are seeing play in competitive right now are just 2-mana 3/2s with some mediocre effect, like Huge Toad, for example, is a 2-mana 3/2, which then Death Rattle deal 1 damage to a random minion. It's like an awful effect compared to the 2-drops of the past in Naxxramas meta, for example. You had Haunted Creeper, which was just nuts, and this card's kind of like Haunted Creeper. You get a 3/2 instead of 2 1/1s, but the Aftermath is also a beast, which is a leg up as well. So I think it helps Hunter a lot, and it helps them especially in their worst matchup, which is Zoo. Zoo being one of traditionally mid-range Hunters and even hybrid Hunters' worst matchup in the entire game. Now you have a little bit more breathing room in that matchup, and one good card in the matchup could actually bring the percentage up a little bit, because it's going to affect it more than it would affect, a mediocre matchup or like a medium matchup, because it's going to go from like super bad to just bad, right? And then that could swing the actual matchups of the deck enough to make the deck, go from tier 2 to tier 1. So I think this is crazy strong in Hunter as it stands. Got to see what other cards come out, but I think this will definitely see play. I think it'll be a staple card in Hunter and do a lot of work. And you just look at the synergies here. You got synergy Direwolf Alpha, Abusive Sergeant, Houndmaster, Hunter's Mark. There's just all over the board. There's tons of synergies. It's a sticky minion in Hunter, which has always been good in the past. So yeah, A+ solid card for Hunter. So Hunter's maybe back at top of the meta. They've been a kind of away sleeping for a little while, but it looks like this could really help catapult them to the forefront, because just living to Call of the Wild is the key right now, and this is going to help you live to Call of the Wild. Next up we have Barnes. So this is a 4-mana neutral minion. It's a 3/4, and it summons a 1/1 copy of a random minion in your deck. So one of the key things to note here is it summons a copy. So it doesn't pull the minion out of your deck, and that's super important when you talk about Death Rattles and how they interact with N'Zoth, and the overall value of your deck as well if you're playing like Control Mirrors. But mainly the most important thing is N'Zoth decks, and what that means is in a N'Zoth deck, if you play this, and let's say the only minions in your deck are N'Zoth and big Death Rattles, and you pull out one of the Death Rattles, Karen, Sylvanas, Tyrion, for example, any of those things get pulled out from this, then if you play them later on in the game, or whenever you play N'Zoth, you're going to get the full value minion back from this effect. So you'll be able to get like another Tyrion, for example, and you get some crazy things going on there, and powering up the consistency of N'Zoth decks a little bit, and also just giving them a huge swing turn on turn 4. For example, if you build your entire deck, you got Karen, Rags, Sylvanas, Tyrion, just all these big cards that are Ysera, like whatever, crazy things off of Barnes that just win you the game if it gets pulled out of Barnes, or have like a really solid influential point on the game if you play them with Barnes, then you look at your chance to have Barnes by turn 4 while full mulliganing for it, and you do a geometric distribution, you say going first, you're going to mulligan 3 cards, you get 3 cards back, and then you draw 4 before turn 4, and you're looking at seeing 10 cards, and in the sample size, one of them is a success, the population is 30, come out to about like 33% chance to have Barnes on turn 4, and if you set your deck up in a way that 100% of the time you get a crazy swing turn off of it, could potentially be quite powerful. So I could see it being very viable in a lot of control decks that just focus on playing only minions that work well with it, and then a bunch of removal that fills in the empty slots. I think it's going to be a very solid card overall. I think there's a lot of control decks, especially N'Zoth decks, that could heavily benefit from it. I expect to see a lot of play, and even at its worst, you look at its stats, it's going to be a 4-mana 3/4 that summons a 1/1. So that put together 3/4 plus 1/1, you get 4/5. So it's a 4-mana 4/5 kind of split into 2 bodies. Arguably a little worse when it's split into 2 bodies, but that's not that big of a price to pay for the power potential of the effect. So I think the card's very strong. I think it'll see play, and it's just increasing consistency of the N'Zoth decks that have been kind of on the bubble of being good, right? Like, we came out at the beginning of Whispers of the Old Gods, N'Zoth decks were dominating. They were doing all sorts of work. We saw Chalky win DreamHack Austin with N'Zoth Paladin, N'Zoth Priest, and there was even N'Zoth Reno Lock running around, and then suddenly people figured out the aggro lists a little bit better, and then N'Zoth decks were just like 5 or 6% below the aggressive and the tempo decks. Barnes could be one of the tools that starts pulling those N'Zoth decks that Blizzard really wants people to be playing. They want them to be playing the control decks. They've said numerous times. They love control themes, and everyone loves control themes, and Reddit always wants control decks. So there seems to be like gearing towards to push that one step higher of all these slow control N'Zoth decks to try and edge out those aggro decks a little bit. So this is a tool to maybe be able to do that in the earlier stages of the game. Next up, we have the Curator. This is, it seems like a troll card, but trust me, I don't think it's a troll card at all. It is a 7 mana, 4/6 mech. It has Taunt, and then Battlecry, draw a Beast, a Dragon, and a Murloc from your deck. So at first glance, you're like, who plays Beast, Dragon, Murloc? That's ridiculous. And who plays Beast, Dragon, Murloc mech decks? It's got 4 synergies, and it costs 7. This card's garbage. But now, break it down a little bit. If it draws 2 cards, so it draws a Beast, which is quite reasonable to have a Beast in your deck. You can look at the array of Beasts. You got like control decks, for example, can run Stampeding Kodo. You could fit Stranglethorn Tiger almost in any deck. So you got a few Beast options here and there that are solid. And then you look at the Dragon option. Azure Drake is one of the most played cards in Hearthstone right now. So you got that as a very powerful card that can get kind of thrown into any deck. And I'm sure there's others you can think of that are like okay all around. Murloc, yeah, Murloc, you're probably not going to find one that's great in a lot of decks. But if you can get this card to draw 2 cards, it's insane. Compare it to pre-nerf Ancient of Lore, which was a 7 mana 5/5 that drew 2 cards. Now this is a 7 mana 4/6 with Taunt. Is that better than a 5/5? It's about, in equal grounds to a 5/5, if not slightly better. And you get to draw 2 cards. So they deemed that to be too powerful with Ancient Lore. You have the restriction, of course, that you have to have the Beast, and you have to have the Dragon, and you have to have not drawn them yet to be able to draw from this. But if those situation aligns, if you're able to run, maybe 3 Beasts in your deck and 3 Dragons in your deck to have the consistency of this card to be able to fire off, or maybe you just run it as a one-of and you have less Beasts and less Dragons, I can see this deck card being extremely competitive. Oh, I mean, you have to run it as a one-of, it's legendary. But I can see this card being extremely competitive in a lot of decks, especially Druid. You innervate this bad boy out, draw 2 cards, refill your hand, you're good to go. It's like innervating Ancient Lore. So I think this is a great card. I think we're going to see it have a lot of play in mid-range decks, and it's going to just increase the power of any deck that can justify running Azure Drake and Stranglethorn Tiger in the same deck, which is Druid and what other mid-range decks, really? Like mid-range Warrior could maybe get away with something weird like that. There's just plenty of mid-range decks that could really benefit from this, like Dragon Warrior, for example. Just throw in some random beasts in there to fill out your curve a little bit. But mainly I'm going to say Druid's going to be the highlight class that's able to use this most effectively, and it's going to be pretty solid. Also, you have the potential to choose what you can get off of it, right? The only dragon you run in Freeze Mage is Alexstrasza. So the Curator, then the card text changes from Battlecry, draw Beast, Dragon, Murloc from your deck to draw Alexstrasza. So you have now, doubled your odds to have Alexstrasza on 9, basically, because you can naturally draw Alexstrasza or you can draw the Curator, which then draws you Alexstrasza. Granted, the downside is you're playing your 7 mana 4/6 in Freeze Mage, but at least it has Taunt. Maybe it slows him down a little bit. But just increasing your odds of having Alexstrasza on 9 in Freeze Mage is absolutely disgusting. So that could see some play there. And as well as Malagos being a card you can select. So if you're playing some OTK Malagos deck, you now have a lot more consistency in finding your Malagos for your OTK. And that comes in a bigger factor than you may think. Like, you obviously have the consistency of having Malagos, which is good. You have the consistency of having Malagos earlier, which is even better, because that means you have the ability to Emperor more often earlier, which makes your deck faster, which makes your kill turn faster, so you have to stall less. So this card's actually pretty sick in being able to pull those specific key dragons for your Freeze Mage, your OTK decks, and even like you can pull Deathwing for survivability. There's just so many different things that this card can be set up to pull. It's such a great asset for combo decks in general, as well as also potentially being an Ancient Lore. The card is nuts. Alright, next up we have Ethereal Peddler. This is a 5 mana 5/6 rogue card. It has Battlecry, reduce the cost of cards in your hand from other classes by 2. So now the first thing you gotta ask yourself when you look at this card is, with its stats being a 5 mana 5/6, how good is that? And we can reference other cards, Pit Fighter, which doesn't see any competitive play because a 5 mana 5/6 is pretty mediocre, but it's almost good enough to see play. Pit Fighter, like it's on the bubble. It's one of those like almost reasonable to put in your deck cards. Now, how much value does the Battlecry need to get
to justify playing this card. I think that if this card hits one card with its battle cry, then it's strong enough to justify running. If it hits two, the card's performing exceptionally well in your deck and putting in a lot of work. So I think it's very close to being playable. It may even be playable. You have to dilute your deck, though, to really increase the odds of this card landing, because Huckster is insane. So you have that already going for this card. But Huckster is not really enough to increase the consistency of this card enough to make sure that it lands. So then you have to start throwing in something like Burgle in your deck, which is a very questionable card at best. So you're diluting your deck a little bit to get the effect of this card. Is diluting your deck worth the effect that this card brings? And I think at this point, the answer is no. Because even when you dilute your deck with double Burgle, double Huckster, this card's still a bit awkward and clunky in your hand to find the time to play it. It may not be enough for this card to work, but I think if there's even just one more card that's pretty solid in the new set that revolves around rogues stealing other classes' cards, then this card can be extremely solid and would see play. So I think it's just one extra steal card away from potentially being a new rogue archetype. So I think it's very close on the bubble. It's something to watch for, not necessarily something that's guaranteed to be good. All right, next up we have Enchanted Raven. This is a 1-mana 2/2 beast, and it's for only Druid. This is just a very simple, generic, solid, all-around card. Like, 1-mana 2/2s are just pretty good. And the fact that it's a beast is what makes it really good. It's not crazy, though. Like, people see 1-mana 2/2 and they're like, power creep, crazy. It's not that insane. It's slightly worse than Blood to Ichor, if by comparison, because Blood to Ichor is a 1-mana 2/2 that also does 1 damage. This you can play first as the benefit of it, and it's a beast, so it's got slightly more benefits. But overall, I think Blood to Ichor is probably the better 1-drop if you're competing for the best 1-drop in the game. But going first, this card's pretty nuts with the synergy with Mark of Yasiraj. Going second, it's not as good. It's a little bit slower, but Beast Druid's starting to seem like it could really become a thing. You have, the Curator synergizing quite well with Beast Druid. You have Enchanted Raven trying to bring out the Beast Druid. It really looks like Blizzard's sort of pushing for this Beast Druid. And one of the things Beast Druid was lacking was its inability to fight for the board in the early stages. It was pretty good in the middle stages of the game, just pushing out consistent damage and fighting for the boards from 2, 3, 4 onward. And having Innervate is what made it crazy good and people bringing to tournaments in certain metas, but as of late, it just gets kind of beat down by Zoo too fast. It doesn't beat Aggro Shaman on board control. Enchanted Raven may be the 1-drop that Beast Druid needs to really allow them to fight for board better against Zoo, against Aggro Shaman, not make them favored in those matchups, but maybe bring up the win rate enough that just Beast Druid becomes like a real archetype in the game. So I'd expect Beast Druid to become an archetype, as from the cards that we've been seeing, and from this, honestly, this alone probably pushes Beast Druid enough to be considered an archetype. What tier it's at, you can't really say. It's not going to be tier 1 just from this card alone, right? But you could definitely start seeing it appear on tier lists and being played on ladders. So I expect Beast Druid to probably be an archetype, and this card's a really great card that would go in that deck. All right, so next up we have Firelands Portal. This is a 7-mana mage card, and it reads, deal 5 damage, summon a random 5-cost minion. Seems at first that there's going to be a lot of RNG involved with this card. A lot of the 5-drops are kind of sketchy, and the lowest possible end, of course, you got things like Big Game Hunter, you got Validated Doomsayer, which is a lot of factors when trying to evaluate it. So overall, how does the card feel? Where is its place in the game? I'd say the card's actually pretty solid for what you want to be doing in some constructed mage decks. Obviously, it's busted in Arena, but if you look at the constructed style here of Tempo Mage is the deck where you originally start out playing very aggressively with minions, and then you transition into, all burn spells. You go face a lot, and you try and deal as much damage as possible, and close out the game there. And in that transition period, a lot of players were playing, no minions. They'd just go with the Kabbalist Tomes and the Ice Block, the Chinese version of Tempo Mage. And other players like RDU put in Ragnaros, because that's an aggressive burn spell / minion, sort of, as well as Faceless Summoner and some kind of other cards in that kind of sort of slot. But it's always felt like that was the weakest spot in the Tempo Mage deck, and now you have Firelands Portal, which can kind of fill that role and help you transition from caring about the board into killing your opponent. And also, if you're still ahead on the board when it comes down to turn 7, this card's nuts when you're ahead on the board, because you get to remove a minion, add a minion to the board, and continue pressuring with your onboard minions, as well as synergies with, of course, Mana Worm, Sorcerer's Apprentice, Flamewaker, yada yada. So the card I think, is going to find a place in Tempo Mage and be really strong. How strong exactly is it going to be? And that's kind of awkward to tell with, random effects being in there, so you can kind of estimate it, though. So I did some math with some of my competitive friends, and we came up with the idea that the card's actually good. And I'll just walk through some of it. So we talk about raw stats. You look at all the 5-drops, you list out all of the 5-drops. There's like 57 of them, so it took a little while. And then you find the average attack being 4.14, so you round that to like 4 attack on average, and then the average health being 4.702. Around that, on average, you're going to get a 4-5 in stats out of this minion, just raw stats. That's not factoring any of the abilities yet. So now the abilities, though, to factor that into your 4-5 on average stats is a little more complicated. You have to estimate things. You have to estimate, the situation that the minion's going to be placed in. You got to estimate what the effect does for Mage, because you're playing this card in Mage, most likely. You got to estimate how valuable is taunt compared to stat, or spell power compared to stats. Things like Halazeal being able to instantly heal you for 5. How much is that worth? Summoning Stone pulling a 7-cost minion. How much is that worth? So all of that stuff comes into factor. I linked in the description my estimations on what all the effects are worth and how it comes out and how the card pans out in my estimations, as well as with some other players like the Rat, Nostum, a bunch of people, their names and everything, and all the credits are on there, so you can look at that and see what we came up with for the estimations and why we think the card's good. So, coming out to it, the raw numbers here, just a sneak peek of what's on the page, the estimated mana value of a 5-drop we came to conclude is about 3.908, which seems kind of sketchy. You're like, yeah, it's 4, which makes sense with the 4-5, so basically the effects all kind of balanced out at the end of the day. There's some bad, some good, and balances out to an average 4-5 minion. So a 4-drop, basically, off of your 5-drop. A 4-drop that you would play in your deck, which makes sense when you think about it. Like, a random 5-drop is about as good as a 4-drop that you would explicitly play in your deck. So, it checks out. And then you got a value on top of that, the value of 5 damage. So how important and how good is 5 damage arbitrarily? And we said originally that it was going to be more like 3.25, but that's factoring into you're playing a 7-mana card that is then dealing 5 damage. But we already associated those with all the stat values of the minions, so it's more just like 5 damage in general. How much is that worth? And if you just kind of factor the mage scaling and look at all the different mage spells and then evaluate from there, it comes out to like 4.25 in scale with the other mage spells. So if you add 4.25 to the 4 already, you're getting up there into the points of like 8 mana worth of value out of this card in an average situation, which is really good. Like, a lot of cards in the game aren't peaking on value like that. It is situational, though. So if you're that's not factoring in overkill. So if you factor in the overkill on the value of 5 damage, obviously the card can fall below the optimal. The optimal of, dealing 5 damage to a minion, killing a minion, then 5 damage is worth 4.25 mana. So, if it's in an optimal situation, it's worth upwards of 8 mana, and if it's in a subpar situation, it's obviously worth less when you're either going face with it or killing a minion that is not at 5 health that isn't a really big deal. So, the situational aspect comes into it, but overall, 8 mana for a 7 mana card in the scale of playable constructed cards is insane. I think this is a very high value card. I think it's a very good card. I think it will see play, has the potential to be used for board control. It has the potential to be used for burn, and there's nut scenarios with it. And I'm going to walk through some nut scenarios right here. So if you pull Summoning Stone from this card, I believe, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm in agreement that it will pull a 7-cost minion off the Summoning Stone. I believe that's how the chain of command works in Hearthstone and how the interaction is going to go through. So you'll make your 5-cost minion of Summoning Stone, and then Summoning Stone can pull a 7-cost minion. Let's say you pull Antonidas, you'll get a Fireball in your hand because the same sequence sort of thing. And then if you pull... that might not be true. That one's less likely to be true. But if you pull Prophet Valen, it will likely do double damage, dealing 10 damage. So I think that those scenarios would work out. Now, if it does work out like that, then you have actually some pretty interesting things here for the percent chance of being able to do 10 damage with this card, which can give you a lot of like lethal outs, 10 or more, because you have the Prophet Valen out off of the the Summoning Stone to hit your opponent in the face for 10, which is nuts. You have the ability to get Doomguard for 1.75%, and that'll be in conjunction with the 5 from Firelands Portal going face. That's 10 burst right there. And then you have Leroy, which would be 11. So the actual odds of getting 10 face damage isn't incredibly low. Obviously, the Velen factor is incredibly low. That's only 0.06% to pull exactly Summoning Portal into Velen to do 10. So if you factor that in with the Leroy, with the Doomguard, that's two 1.75% and then a 0.06% chance, and giving you a solid total there of, you know, under 4% but above 3% to be able to rip someone for 10. So I think we're going to have a tournament at some point decided by someone's only out being Firelands Portal to the face for 10 damage, and they go for it and they hit it and the crowd goes wild. So I think it's a cool card. I think it has some nut potential and not too many terrible minions and a lot of pretty average minions. So I think as far as random effects go in Hearthstone, this is going to be one of the more consistent random effects in Hearthstone. And I think consistently the card is going to be on average for its mana cost, if not better compared to other 7-cost cards and other cards in general in Hearthstone. So I expect this card to see play in Temple Mage. I think it's going to be a good card. That's all the cards that have been released so far. So that's all I got for you guys for today. I'll be waiting to see when more cards get released, and I'll make another video talking about the next set of the cards, and we can really start breaking into all of the new great things from One Night in Karazhan. Feel free to follow this channel. Follow me. Alright, so any questions that anyone has about the review, you know, comments, concerns, whatever, feel free, put them in the chat. I'm here talking about the new cards, anything that people want to say and stuff. What would you cut in Freeze Mage to run Curator? I don't think I would run Curator in Freeze Mage. I think that's so tough to tell if you would actually run it, right? So let's look at a Freeze Mage list then. So if we were going to cut a card to run Curator and Freeze Mage, trying to increase the Alexstrasza draws, is it even worth it to increase the chance of getting Alexstrasza? I think you'd have to build the deck differently, right? You'd want to build it not with Pyroblast. You'd want to revolve around, you know, Alexstrasza being your win conditions. You want to Alexstrasza them as fast as possible. So you're assuming your Alexstrasza on 9 pretty much every time, and then you just hit him for 15. So I think you would try and focus around single turn burst damage. You'd get rid of Forgotten Torches because that lowers your % chance of finding Alexstrasza on 9, right? And you want to have the highest possible chance that you can get that Alexstrasza out there. So then with Torches gone, you'd want to just increase your single burst damage, which may result in you running things like extra spell power, right? To be able to just have extra burn that way without having to include extra cards or as many extra cards, because Torches is a lot of extra cards. Because you think about the initial torch and then the Forgotten Torch clouding up your deck. So then you'd put in something like, it may even be, you know, the Evolved Kobold tech. We've seen that in a lot of OTK Freeze Mages back in the day. So now you put an Evolved Kobold in there, and now you have more slots for extra draw. So now you're just going to be more consistently Alexing them on 9 and then trying to hit them for 15. And using this as just like another pseudo burn spell to increase your ability to do 15 in one turn would be the way that I'd look at trying to build Freeze Mage if I was going to run the Curator in it. Alright. Next question. What do we got? Are you sure that Leroy being summoned by Portal will have charge? Yeah, Leroy as a minion has charge. When it enters the field, it has charge. Doesn't matter how it enters the field, it will have charge. What do you think about the Portal and Leroy? I think the Portal's actually pretty solid. At first glance, I thought the Portal was terrible. Like, I looked at it, read the card, I was like, this is trash. And then I started thinking more about it, and I was like, this card's actually pretty good. You thought every card was good? No, I don't think every card was good. I think Ivory Knight is on the weaker end of the cards that were released in the expansion. Or, you know, the first 7 that we've seen. Why didn't you talk about the combo potential of Barnes? There is some combo potential. The issue with the combo potential comes in when you draw your Malagos or you draw your Velen, and then it kind of is hard for you to do. So combo decks require a bunch of cards to launch the combo, not just the actual Velen or the actual Malagos. You also require, you know, the 2 Mind Blasts or whatever. So, or with Rogue, you know, Sinister Strikes and Preps, or fireballs and frostbolts or frostbolts and ice lances. So you're going to need card draw in that deck. And if you have card draw in that deck, then it starts getting a bit awkward and you start running into situations where you're going to play Barnes, the guy will be already drawn and you can't play Barnes to summon the guy. So it gets a little bit sticky. So I don't think that's going to be the most usefulness of that card. I think that card's going to find itself being a lot more effective in Death Rattle decks than combo OTK decks. I will try it in combo OTK decks, obviously, but I don't think that's going to be the main thing. Kibler thinks the Curator is not that good and is not competitive even though. What do you think? I think the Curator is going to be competitive. I can see it drawing 2 cards being insane. You know, it's an Ancient Allure with Taunt if it draws 2 cards. And people's main argument to that is like, but Ancient Allure was supposed to draw combo pieces and that's way better than drawing 2 cards. Well, if you're drawing 2 cards from your deck, you're thinning your deck, so you're increasing the odds of yourself drawing spells in the future because you've then pulled those minions out. So I feel that that's not the most solid of an argument, the fact that they can't be spells in the immediate, because it increases your odds of drawing spells in the future. So I think the card's very solid. I don't think it's as good as Ancient Allure, but I think it's quite comparable, and I think it will see play in competitive. Next question. Do you think Beast Druid will rise? I think Beast Druid's going to have a deck for sure. It already has a deck right now that is, you know, tier 4, tier 3, somewhere in that range. So the extra support that it's getting should probably push it into like a reasonable deck. I expect it to be, you know, tier 3, tier 2 still, but I wouldn't be totally surprised. The big issue with Beast Druid, even with the 1-drop, you look at the 1-drop being, you know, the 1-drop's so good, it's going to help it fight for the board. And then you just look at other decks, and you look at Zoo, and you're like, how does a 2/2 interact with Zoo? You know, they Argent Squire, and then they have a million different ways they can buff that up to trade into it without the Squire dying, or without the Possessed Villager dying, or without the Voidwalker dying, or they can knife juggle it. Like, other decks just simply have better board control than Beast Druid, and being such an early curve deck, if you're losing the boards turns 1 through 3, you lose the game. So I think Beast Druid's going to be on the underwhelming side of the aggressive decks and is going to fall short against a lot of the other aggressive decks, making it tier 2 or 3. All right. How do you think the new cards will affect Cthulhu Bolster? All right, never mind. Do you feel like Barnes is going to be unhealthy for the game in a sense that it's like Tuskar or even Yogg when it's just randomly wins on the spot sometimes? Yes. I think that could potentially be a problem. I see a lot of situations where people can have, you know, upwards of 6 or 7 cards that make it crazy when you play Barnes, and then, especially I'm thinking like Hunter, you know, 2 Savannah High Mains and like a bunch of stuff like that, or even N'Zoth Paladin could be pretty wild with it in there. And so, or even the new card, the Grandma coming out isn't even that bad. You know, Barnes is going to have like a lot of synergies, and you have 33, if you full mulligan for it, you got like 33% chance to have it on curve. So like 1/3 of your games, you're going to play someone and they're going to play it on curve. And out of the minions they can pull in their deck, that's going to be like a roll there. Depending on how they build their deck, I can say you probably get like 60% of your deck's going to be super solid with it. So then you got like about a 50-50 there. So like a 33% and a 50-50 to just win the game instantly on the spot. It's not quite as bad as Tuskar, but I think it could definitely be a little annoying. Oh, when will the other cards be revealed? I have no idea when the other cards are going to be revealed, sorry. Turn 3, Brand Bronzer, turn 4, Barnes, into 2 Blood of the Ancient Ones, so you can have a 30-30 on turn 4. Will you try and make this deck when the expansion comes out? Just for you, man. Just for you. Just for you. Do you imagine that Barnes with a Brand out would choose the same minion or 2 different ones? That's an interesting question. I have no idea how that interaction is going to work. I imagine it's going to choose 2 different ones, but I can't say for certain. Do you think a Control Rogue might be an archetype that might become viable, so what would also be needed for it to succeed? Control Rogue? Rogue's removal, like, in the later stages of the game is just absolutely trash. It's, like, really mana efficient, but not very card efficient, which is why Rogue needs to run so many cards. So that's why they kind of falter when it comes to control decks. You gotta start running things like Assassinate, which is just so clunky and awkward and just not efficient against the minions people are likely to be playing. So Rogue's removal toolkit just does not fit for a control deck, so I don't expect Control Rogue to ever be tier 1 with the current standard set in unless they make changes to that. But I do think tempo-oriented Rogue decks are going to become a thing. You got like Burgle plus the card that reduces all of the cards from other classes by 2. You know, Steel Rogues, that's all tempo-oriented stuff, which fits in the theme of Rogue, which is why I think they went with the direction of that. You know, stealing cards, which is a loss in tempo, and then making up the tempo with that card, and then using your Rogue spells to push the tempo further ahead. So it's more of a tempo Rogue sort of build. So I expect tempo Rogue to maybe be more of a possibility rather than Control Rogue. Where can I find your Renounced Darkness deck? I really liked it. The Renounced Darkness deck is right here. This guy, what a trooper. He sat through the whole card review just to find out the Renounced Darkness deck. What a trooper. When will Blackrock Mountain be removed from Standard? Blackrock Mountain will be removed from Standard next year, so January, is what my understanding is. It's the Hearthstone cycles by like calendar years, and this year is the year of the Kraken, and then next year will be the year of something else, and there's like little shadow images and teasers as to what the next year could be, so it's like the Ox or the Toad or something, I don't know, or River Crocolisk might be one of them. So yeah, it's going to be the year of something next year, and that's when all the sets start getting rotated out. Not only Blackrock Mountain, but, you know, all of the sets except for 4. Interesting. If you silence the card summoned by Barnes, will it still be a 1/1, or will it result with standard stats? Well, if it works like Vol'jin, right? It's got the same wording as Vol'jin, and Vol'jin's minion, when it's silenced, gets returned back to its original stats. So I believe that when you silence the card off Barnes, it will return to its normal stats. So maybe this is the card that makes Silence Priest a thing. I highly doubt it. But, you know, it's possible. Maybe you can play it and then use Silence for 0 mana to just pull out like an 8/8 or something ridiculous on turn 4. It's the year of the pig next year. Year of the unicorn. Year of the force. Yeah, who knows? I'm hoping it's the year of the Crocolisk, just because that'd be cool. Volazage, not Vol'jin. Yeah, Volazage, my bad. I'm terrible at pronouncing all the cards. Anyway, is that all the questions, or we got a few more? Alright, here we go. Firebat. How would you try to improve Priest as a class in the upcoming expansion? What does Priest need? What does Priest need as a class to be improved? That is a difficult question. You can look in Wild and see Priest being actually one of the highest win rate decks in Wild. Like, Light Bomb is a pretty hard carry in Wild, as well as just, you know, the Sludge Belchers and the Death Lords. Death Lords are absolutely crazy. And then all of that with N'Zoth. And the reason why N'Zoth Priest is broken in Wild is because you play Death Lord on turn 3, they kill it, they get some small advantage, you catch back up, and then later stages of the game you play N'Zoth. Now Death Lord suddenly is pulling minions, pushing them into fatigue, forcing you to win the fatigue game in control matchups and win against aggro, making you only weak to mid-range, which then you have the best AoE in the game to clear. So in Wild, Priest is actually busted. So if you just add some of the elements from Wild back into Priest, then Priest could potentially be up there again as a solid control deck. The problem is, though, the reactiveness of Priest and the reactiveness in nature of the class just makes it stronger as more options are available to it, and weaker at the beginning of the year. So at the beginning of the year right now, this is when the least amount of cards are available for Priest, or for any class, right? Because this is the least amount of sets that are going to be in rotation at one time. Then as every set comes out, it's going to add on to the current sets in Standard, and then it's not going to rotate out back until what it is today, until January of next year. So as the more cards come in, I feel like control decks, reactive decks are going to become more powerful. So I think Priest is just naturally going to get more options as the expansion comes on, and then you're going to be able to play that reactive style. Personally, I don't believe reactive decks are ever going to be tier 1, because you can't react to everything in the game, otherwise it's busted and needs to be nerfed. So I think for the most part, Priest is not going to be tier 1 ever, just by the nature of how the class is and what it's supposed to be doing. They don't want Priest to be a proactive class. They want it to be a reactive class. If every class is a proactive class, the game gets very boring to play. The playstyles are all exactly the same. Priest is still going to sneak out and win some tournaments occasionally, just because sometimes you verse all of the opponents that have all the same decks, and you have a reactive deck designed to beat exactly what those strategies of those decks are trying to do, and then you sweep the tournament and win with Priest. That's happened a lot of times in the past. Priest is actually a pretty solid championship deck, but it's just not a solid deck as far as ladder is concerned, just because it's so hard to react to everything that you're going to face on ladder. So I can imagine Priest getting pretty solid with more cards coming out, and then finding its little area in the meta to sneak its championship. Alright, what do you think about the Curator and a Dragon Warrior? You won't have beasts probably, but playing a big dragon, for example, a 9/9 and a Finley would actually seem insane, just curious. Well, I think in Dragon Warrior you're going to need to play the beast with it as well, because if you only pull the dragon, it's kind of shitty, and if you have drawn Finley already, which is a card you would keep off the mulligan, then you're not going to be drawing the Murloc off of it, so you're losing a lot of the value on the card, whereas you could just throw in some... The problem with Dragon Warrior, though, is all of the good beasts are on mana slots that Dragon Warrior already has pretty highly contested. Like 5 is like the best beast slot, really, and it's already pretty tough there for Dragon Warrior to find room. But they have Fierce Monkey. That's also on a really contested mana slot with Frothing and Ravaging Ghoul. So you can maybe put in like one Fierce Monkey and, you know, like a Stranglethorn Tiger in there. So then you have more likelihood of the card drawing 2, and then you have the Finley in there already, and you have Dragons, of course. And then Curator just goes right in there just like that. I think you would have to cut like Frothing for a Fierce Monkey. You could even cut both Frothings, honestly, but you probably don't necessarily need to. But yeah, you could do it as simple as this, and then jam Curator in here, and I think it would be really, really strong. Like, just absolutely bonkers, drawing 2 cards like that, refilling, and putting on tons of pressure on Dragon Warrior. And then you can get rid of this Ragnaros out of here, because it's always been kind of awkward in the deck. Or maybe even a Nixia, because you just have so much value going forward off the cards, and then you can just pile on more mid-range threats, and your whole deck fits more thematically together, and there's less top end that's clunky, and you have more mid-range creatures, so you're just more consistent of a deck overall, is what Curator is going to do for Dragon Warrior. And Dragon Warrior is already the highest win rate deck in the game, and when you add consistency to that, that's just wrong. So I think there's no way Curator is not going to be a good card. Like, you can already see jamming Curator in Dragon Warrior is going to be pretty nuts. Alright. Firebat. Oh, nope. I don't remember Priest winning a tournament. When did this happen? Insomnia 57 is a major. Ness won 10 grand with Priest. Dreamhack Austin. Chalky won with Priest. There's a few more examples. Those are examples over the last, 9 months, I think it's been. So, it doesn't happen that often, but, it occasionally does. Which cards would you think would be best for Arena? I don't play Arena. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't play any Arena. I mean, Firelands Portal seems good in Arena, but, that's not a question I can really answer with too much confidence. Amaz has won tournaments with Priest in the past, dating back to, 2014. So, yeah. All right. That's it for me, guys. I'm going to find somebody to host. Thanks, everybody, for staying tuned, watching the video. Appreciate all your questions. If you have more questions that I haven't had time to answer, feel free to hit me up on Twitter at Firebat. I try and answer all the questions I get. And then I may take a little time to respond, though, because I'm about to sleep. But, yeah, feel free to hit me up there for any questions you still have about any of the cards or any comments or whatever, what deck goes in where. And I'll try and provide the best answer that I can. But for now, I want to host Asmodai. I played him today on the stream, so you can give him a good hello. I played against him. I don't remember what the match was. I think we played against him twice today. His name was Cosplay Grill if you guys were watching the stream. And we smashed him both times, so I feel bad. Gonna host him just to, make up for that. I'm just messing. But, he's a great guy. He's a cool streamer. He's a very high-energy streamer, so I'm kind of more monotone and not high-energy, so maybe you're not into that. But if you're into that, he's a pretty good high-energy streamer. Check him out. He's a nice guy, good player. He's been just crushing it, man. He's been staying, top 100 for most of the season, so feel free to check him out. Did the host work? The host worked. All right. I will see you guys tomorrow.